Planning commission test. Planning commission test.
And to anybody listening online, we just have our planning commission chair running a little late from her other job. And so she will be here within 5 to 10 minutes and we'll start as soon as she gets here. Thanks.
So the. In 5 to 10 minutes. So if you do the dishes, I can. Or. When the chairman.
Start the meeting. Okay. I hereby call to order the October 16th, 2025 meeting of the Town of Frisco Planning Commission. Would you please call a roll? Oh.
I don't know why it's doing that.
We have new software tonight in the council chambers. Stacy or Eunice is still here. I'll go check.
I don't think there are multiple Zoom. Boomerang. We're gonna test it again here for a second. Get one here in front of you. No, it's through the speakers in council chambers. Okay, I think that's it. Okay, we're gonna get started. Thanks, Stacy. All right, bye. Okay, we may resume.
Should we start out? Do you wanna?
Committee ready to do roll call?
Yeah.
Lesmus,
Here.
Forsyth,
Here.
Stabile,
Here.
Day.
Here.
Withrow. Here. Then online is Tane here.
Here. Did you hear me? Hello, did you hear me?
And Conley, are you here?
I'm here.
Does not look like Tane. Ira was on earlier and I think he's gonna be try to get it back on.
I think
Is
the
she?
speakers aren't.
Oh.
Should I try it again? You hear me? Hello? Hello? Hello, hello? Hello? Hello?
Other browser, Kim?
Ira, we hear you.
Oh, you do hear me?
Yeah.
Is that an echo or just Ira?
Ira.
I feel like this is gonna be a meme.
Yes.
Ira, can you hear us now?
Yes, I do. Do you get an echo on me? I'm sorry. I do hear you. Nod if you hear me.
Yes, we
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Conley, are you here?
I am. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Woohoo.
Is that everybody?
That's everyone.
The previous planning commission meeting minutes have been distributed. If commissioners have any comments, corrections, please voice them now. Any comments or corrections? Seeing none, are all in favor of voting for the minutes approval? All in favor, say aye.
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 Perfect,
Aye.
passes. All right, so this is the meeting of the Frisco Planning Commission. Any public comments that anyone in the audience may wish to make on a subject that is not on this evening's agenda may be made now. Citizens making comments should state their name and address for the record, be topic specific, and limit comments to no longer than 3 minutes. Does anybody have comments on anything that is not on the agenda this evening? See, anybody online, raise your hand. Anybody? Oh. I don't, yeah, I'm gonna mispronounce your name, but the person online that has raised their hands, go ahead and speak.
My name is Craig Kinney. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Greg, just really quick, is this on a item that's not on the agenda or is it on one of the agenda items?
It's not on the agenda.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So my name is Craig Kinney. I live in the Bay Cove condos at 1112 Beaver Lodge Road, Unit 208. It's at the north end of town. The subject of this comment is about connectivity at the north end of town. If you look at a map of Frisco, there is no public way for the 5 condo complexes north of White Peak Hotel, which used to be the Grand Hotel, which used to be the Holiday Inn. If you look at that, there's no public way to get to town, except if they went out on the Dam Road, which doesn't have a sidewalk or anything. Or you could go out on the rec path and walk around that for about 2 or 3 times as long as it would take to get to the bus stop at KFC or Walmart or Safeway or Base Camp. So we have 4 of the 5 HOAs at the north end of town have endorsed a connectivity letter to the town council. We sent it in and we read it to the public record that future development in that area, we would like to see some connectivity because what happens now is there's around 400 units north of in the north end of town. And those residents have to walk on other condo complexes until they get to Divide Road so that they can get to the Summit Stage or Walmart or any of those. And so we would like a way to get to town legally, something that's maintained and safe, which we don't have now. So that has been read into the public record at the town council. I'm going to send it to your planning commission, but what we're asking is in future developments that you consider in your planning commission, that you look at that connectivity and try to get some legal, safe, maintained way for us to get to town.
I appreciate that comment. I think we always take connectivity into consideration when we review applications, but I'm also happy to hear that you've shared your comment with the town council.
Thanks for your attention.
Sure thing. Okay, so at this time, I would like to open the public meeting portion of the Planning Commission agenda. This commission is appointed and serves as an advisory board to the town council. It has certain final authority as identified in the individual staff report. For each item on the agenda this evening, a staff report will be presented. After the staff report, planning commissioners will ask questions of the staff. We will then allow the applicant, if they so choose, to make a presentation. After that, the public may comment on the application. So, first item on the agenda is planning file number MAJ-25-0003, a final site plan review of a major site plan application for a proposed remodel of a commercial property consisting of one fast food restaurant located at 960 North 10 Mile Drive, lot R1, Block 1, Lake Point at Frisco subdivision, re-subdivision, Lot 2, Block 1 amended. The applicant is Robert Palmer, representing McDonald's Real Estate Company. And I will turn it over to the staff for a presentation.
Thank you, Lena. So as you said, this is the final review for a proposal to remodel a commercial property into a fast food restaurant at 960 North 10 Mile Drive. The sketch plan was reviewed by the Planning Commission on April 17th, 2025. The applicant has submitted for final review after receiving comments from the Planning Commission and referral agencies. The applicant is proposing to remodel the property formerly used as a bank into a McDonald's fast food restaurant. The application materials show that the applicant proposes to reuse the existing building and most of the building exterior, remove the bank drive-through tellers and canopy, add 3 drive-through windows on the south facade to serve a new drive-through lane, rebuild portions of the existing parking lot and revise it to a one-way traffic flow, add a patio seating area, and renovate the interior. At the sketch plan review, Planning Commission commented that they wanted an in-depth review of the traffic study, encouraged the town to consider a 4-way stop at the intersection of Lake Point and North 10 Mile Drive, and other striping and signage upgrades, and encouraged additional landscaping to screen headlights after some public comment about that. The proposed project is in stage 3 of the Lake Point PUD. Drive-in restaurants are a permitted use in stage 3 of that PUD. The application meets PUD requirements for building coverage, setbacks, open space, and building height. The proposed project is in compliance with the Frisco Community Plan as referenced in your staff report, and the application meets requirements for snow storage, drainage, outdoor lighting, refuse management, and non-residential design standards. The applicant proposes one-way counterclockwise traffic circulation through the site. Access was approved by the contracted town engineer. A CDOT access permit will need to be obtained. The access permit must be approved by the town, submitted to CDOT, and then approved by CDOT prior to building permit issuance per comments from the town engineer. The application shows 2 pedestrian connections to the existing sidewalk on North 10 Mile Drive. The plans also show upgrades to the sidewalk and curbs along North 10 Mile Drive to meet ADA requirements. These improvements were required by the town engineer and will be constructed by the owner and maintained by the town. The existing sidewalk connection between North 10 Mile and Summit Boulevard along Lake Point Drive, so along the bottom of that site plan, shall have a 10-foot access easement granted to the town prior to building permit issuance. The application is meeting all standards for parking spaces, drive-through stacking spaces, and bicycle parking. I wanted to spend a moment on the traffic study given the comments at sketch plan. At sketch plan review, the Planning Commission requested an in-depth review of the traffic study and also requested that the town consider a 4-way stop at the nearest intersection at Lake Point and North 10 Mile. A traffic study was submitted with this application and reviewed by the town engineer. In initial comments, the town engineer noted that the data, methodology, and analysis met town standards, but did request some additional analysis of the site, which was provided by the applicant. The updated traffic study was reviewed and approved by the contracted town engineer. The traffic study shows that the traffic increase from this development will not cause any adjacent roadways to fall to a failing level of service, and no mitigation is required. However, the intersection at Lake Point and North 10 Mile will be updated to a 4-way stop following public input, the applicant's recommendation, and with approval from the town engineer. These upgrades will be constructed by the applicant and maintained by the town. The traffic study did also recommend signage and striping improvements at the driveway exit, which will receive final approval from the town engineer at building permit. So the application is meeting the traffic study standards, but we do have the town engineer online if planning commission has questions about the traffic study or wants more clarification. This project was required to provide parking area landscaping buffers around the building, and buffers between the parking lot and the property line. At sketch plan review, the planning commission did not comment on landscaping buffers or parking area landscaping, but did request that the applicant consider adding landscaping to screen headlights in the drive-through line. Additional landscape screening may be required when it's determined to be in the best interest of the affected properties per town code. The application shows 2 existing trees to be preserved near the driveway exit and 4 other trees in the buffer area between the building and North 10 Mile Drive. The application also lists a total of 120 shrubs to be installed, 36 of which, by my count, are shown to be planted as a buffer between the building and North 10 Mile Drive. If Planning Commission finds that the proposed landscaping meets your request for more screening, then the application meets all landscaping standards. The proposed facade has not changed from sketch plan materials. At sketch plan, Planning Commission asked about the screening of rooftop mechanical equipment. And you can see in that upper left-hand drawing that all mechanical equipment is screened within the existing roof lines. You received 3 public comments in the packet that was published last week. These comments were received after the sketch plan review earlier this summer, but prior to the applicant submitting final plans. Staff believes that some of the comments expressed around traffic and safety have been addressed in the final plans, especially with the 4-way stop at Lake Point and North 10 Mile. As of 4 o'clock today, there were 3 additional comments that had been received, which are printed for you and should be available online if the public wants to view them.
We just say the name, sorry.
What name and date?
The 3.
Oh, yeah, the 3 on the bottom of this slide are the ones that were received today. So yeah, Ryan, Kathy, and Tripp were received today. And their comments express concerns around traffic, especially at that Lake Point and North 10 Mile Drive intersection, and also concerns around community character. So staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the application based on the findings and conditions listed in the staff report. These are the recommended findings provided in the staff report. These are the recommended conditions of approval and the recommended motion if Planning Commission decides to approve the application. So I'll take questions.
We will now do commissioner questions of the staff. We'll start with Kelsey.
No questions for staff.
Candace.
Do you know if the updated traffic study took into account the exit 203 changes, or what are the existing conditions existing? Do you know?
Chris, are you online?
Yeah, I am. So the exit 203, they reference the exit 203 study and the Lake Hill study in this. They don't use Lake Hill for the background traffic. They do use the counts in exit 203. So it factors that in, which doesn't significantly change the traffic patterns according to their study. So I think the exit 203 shows a little bit of extra traffic pushing to North 10 Mile Drive. So it does account for that.
Okay, that's it. Thanks.
So to be clear that I understood your answer, you're saying that it does take into consideration the new alignment of exit 203, but not Lake Hill. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, the
Okay.
203, because it doesn't 203 doesn't increase actual traffic, but it does push a little more traffic to North 10 Miles. So it accounts for that because it used the 203 study. It also used the Lake Hill study just to help with existing traffic counts, but not with the proposed. They use just kind of a general annual growth factor rather than using specific traffic from that development. So you're correct.
Okay, great, thank you. Jessica, any questions?
Yeah, Emma, will you just clarify what I'm reviewing tonight? Am I reviewing the use that's here, or am I just reviewing how it sits on the site?
It's how it sits on the site.
So
This is
design, parking, landscaping. Got it. Thank you.
Andy?
No questions.
Okay. And Emma, my only question is, the staff finds that all the code standards are being met, right, with this application? Okay, thank you. All right, now I will turn it over to the applicant. If you want to step up to the podium and give us your presentation, come on up. Give us your name and who you work for the record.
My name is Abby Kirkbride, and I'm here representing McDonald's Real Estate Corporation. And if you'll, Madam Chair, just give us 1 second, we'll get the presentation pulled up.
While she's working on that presentation, can I ask one question of staff?
Oh, yeah, and you know what? I actually didn't let Ira and what am I forgetting? April ask questions of the staff. Do you guys mind if we go back to that? Ira, do you have any questions of the staff?
Actually, I do.
Oh, sorry
so-
about that.
Yeah, you're not the only one. So on landscaping, is it the requirement that it be maintained? What I'm thinking is landscaping die, if it's not planted properly or if it's not the right species, things die. Is there an obligation to maintain or replace if things die?
Yes, the landscaping code does have a section on maintenance. I believe it says that it has to be maintained as approved on the site plan,
Thank you.
but I can double check.
Any other questions, Ira? While we're
No, I'm
checking?
good. I'm
Okay.
good for now, because I think it was Jessica confirmed, we're just talking about the placement of the unit, not the use.
Correct.
Okay,
We're
I'm good.
talking about the development standards in the code.
I'm good. Thank you.
And April, how about you? Do you have any questions of the staff?
I just had one question around the traffic survey. Is it typical to use a busy month and a non-busy month, or should we be looking at the busiest of months? So instead of October and January, should we be looking at, January and July or August?
So I can answer that. The reasoning I think behind the using the busy month and the non-busy month, and this kind of borrowed from some of those other traffic studies that use the same method, is that the town code requires mitigation based on if development will cause a level of service to fall. So if something is existing at a level of service C and goes down to a D. So it's actually beneficial to the town to study both instead of just the busy times, because there's times when the busy times might show that an area is at a level of service of F, and so it's not going to make it go any lower. It's already failing. Whereas looking at the non-busy times can sometimes show that it's going to be at a C and drop to a D and require mitigation. So that's kind of the background on why generally a busy and a non-busy time should be studied versus just the peak areas.
Okay, thank you. The only other question I had was around the CDOT access permit. What happens if that's not granted?
So the CDOT access permit, I think we're saying that would be a condition prior to building permit. So typically CDOT will review that and they might require mitigation improvements as part of the permit. So it wouldn't be expected that they wouldn't approve it, but if they didn't approve it, that would be a condition of building permit and it could withhold that issuance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that takes care of all the questions of the staff. Now we can move over to the applicant presentation.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission and town staff. My name is Abby Kirkbride and I am Land Use Counsel, as I mentioned before, for McDonald's Real Estate Company. We are the applicant for the major site plan approval under consideration tonight. Thank you for taking time to listen to our presentation. We expect that this will take about 20 minutes. To provide some context for what this proposal entails, the newly designed McDonald's restaurant makes extensive use of the existing bank building and infrastructure, The applicant is not requesting any variances from the land use code, and the use of the drive-through restaurant is permitted as a use by right in this location. This is a commercial building remodel and one that meets all of the major site plan requirements. I'm joined for the main body of the presentation by other members of the project team. This is Robert Palmer, owner's representative, and Alex Larson, our traffic engineer. We also have the project's architect, a representative from McDonald's corporate, and representatives from the future operator of the restaurant here to answer any questions. To begin our presentation, Robert is going to provide some additional information about the project location and redevelopment plans.
Robert Palmer, Strategic Land Solutions, 2595 Ponderosa Road, Franktown, Colorado, 80116. Thank you for having us tonight. Pretty sure you all know where we're located at. This is a picture of the aerial of the existing bank building. You can see general layout. You can see the canopy, the existing drive-through canopies, if you're not familiar with the way the site's laid out right now. This is a kind of an overview of the existing zoning that's in the area. Lake Point, you can see the portion of Lake Point PUD that we're on. This is kind of a blow up of that Lake Point, the portion of the Lake Point PD stage map. This is kind of the survey of the existing site that's out there now. And we're kind of showing you this just to kind of give you an idea of how much of the existing site that we're trying to keep and reuse and to maintain the traffic flow and the building placement that's out there already. Next, please. And so here we have a kind of more of an engineered picture of the site plan. You can see that we've removed the drive-through teller windows. We've made a few minor modifications to the building, which we'll get into a little bit more detail on a little bit later. And is perfect as part of to address the comments that came from our initial planning commission meeting. We've gone around the building, and originally we had some smaller landscape buffers around the building. On 3 of those sides, we've increased those buffers to 10 feet. We've come back and the existing building does not have an entrance off of 10 Mile. We've added a front entrance into that to activate the pedestrian connectivity along the street. We're redoing the sidewalks at the intersection and in front of the building at the driveway entrances or at the drive entrances to just increase the walkability. There's a bus stop up to the north of this site that's existing. At the back of the site where we have our covered patio area, we're installing bike racks under that covered area so that they're protected from the weather. And also if you ride in and you're going to eat in the outdoor patio, you can sit next to your bike and have your eye on your bike. And then one of the other things that we've done is we modified the exit a little bit out of the site. You can see that we put an angle on the drive-through exit coming out. And we did that to allow us to get more dense landscape in that area to help buffer headlights and cut off headlights from being able to shine across the street. But you can see we've generally kept the site the same. And it just really in an effort to maintain the traffic patterns that are out there now, the site and the condition that it is, the drainage, and everything that goes along with the existing site. Next slide, please. This is a proposed building elevations. You can see that we've spent a lot of time to use the same color shades that are out there, the same kind of color palette and feel and tones that are out there. And we have physical samples of the colors in glass. If anyone wants to, if you want me to hand those around, we can certainly do that. But you can see we've kept the actual architecture, the main architecture of the building. We're modifying one side of it to get our drive-through windows in there. That's where the non-teller side of the existing building. Next slide, please. This is the entry side. You can see the top slide is your street frontage on 10 Mile. So we've added a bunch of glazing in there, really kind of made that front look like the front of the building from the street to just increase again that pedestrian activity, that engagement, to invite pedestrian traffic into it. And then on the non-drive-through side, this is the side on the lower part of this slide, that is where the tellers used to be. So you used to have this big bulky teller canopy that's over there. We've removed that. We've added glazing and to the project. Next slide. And then right now, if you're familiar with it, it's got like a little trash enclosure, kind of a split face CMU trash enclosure that they're actually accessing from 10 Mile Drive. So the trash truck has to pull in, back out into 10 Mile Drive. We've pulled that trash enclosure inside the site so that all of the access to that trash pickup is from the project site. We've enclosed the trash enclosure completely. So it's got a roll-up door. When they come to pick up the trash, you have to actually open the door to pull the trash cans out. So you can't even see the trash unless someone's there picking it up. It's not even visible anymore. And that trash enclosure is made of the same materials, the same color palette as the building itself. Next slide. And you can see the areas in red are the areas that we're changing in the building. So if you look like my right, there's kind of an existing indentation in the building, and we're taking that out to that's where our drive-through windows are going to be. But on the left side of that picture, you can see where we're removing the tellers. We're going in there, we're adding glazing into that part of the building and dressing that up more as a more of a, it's not a front of our building, but we're dressing it up over just the standard wall that's out there now. But you can just see, if other than the canopy, you can see how minor the modifications are that we're doing to the building. And we're significantly adding glazing to the building. And again, this is the overall site. You can see where, compared to the site that's out there now, especially on the front side between the building and the drive-through and 10 Mile Drive, the increased vegetation, the density, and the different types of species, to really, we heard what was talked about in our last planning commission meeting, and we really tried to address that with landscape and to really just enhance that buffer. And also, as part of the buffer, one of the other topics that came up on that was noise and deliveries. So the delivery truck, we can't necessarily dictate when they show up. They're coming, they deliver to multiple sites at one time, but the truck itself will pull in on the north side. So the front of the truck will face to plan left on here, away from 10 Mile Drive towards Summit Boulevard. We've had this discussion with the franchisee operator and the delivery company. They do not idle their trucks during delivery, so the truck will be shut off. In addition to that, the town already has an ordinance, a sound ordinance code that doesn't allow noise above 50 decibels at the property line. And just to give you a comparison, a standard conversation is 60 decibels. I'm not a standard conversation. I'm probably more like 80. But yeah, so at the property line, that the town already has an enforceable code that would restrict the noise coming from the site to be less than a standard conversation. So we really wanted to address that topic and make sure on our end that we weren't doing something where we have a truck showing up at 3 o'clock in the morning, it's idling, and the headlights are pointing into the adjacent properties. That's not what we want either. And then again, next slide, please. Emma touched a little bit on this as part of the conversation and the back and forth with the traffic study, the addressing comments, and then also, listening to what was the concerns that were discussed at our last planning commission meeting. McDonald's is going to, as part of their project, revise the Lake Point 10 Mile intersection to a 4-way stop. So we're going to remove some of the existing signage that's out there now that talks about a 2-way stop. We're going to refresh the paint markings on the ground, and then we're going to add new paint markings in the opposite direction and new signage in there so that we have an up-to-date, like all the signage and all the paintings and all the striping is up to date for a 4-way stop. And again, we've done that to really address that concern about the accidents and potential accidents that are happening out there. I'll turn it over now to Alex Larson with Platinum Traffic Engineering. He's our traffic engineer on this project. And again, we have physical samples of the material if anyone wants to see them.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Alex Larson with Platinum Traffic Engineering. Address is 2876 Amy Vale Court in Castle Rock, Colorado, 80109. Can you all hear me okay? Great. So I'm just going to go ahead and, next slide here. I'll go ahead and give you an overview of the traffic impact study that we prepared. We originally prepared the study in February and revised it again in September of 2025, as you've heard this evening. The purpose of the study is to satisfy requirements from the town of Frisco by estimating the impacts of the proposed development on adjacent roadways and intersections, both within and without the project trips, the impact of those project trips. And if necessary, mitigation measures are recommended. Next slide. The scope of this study includes 5 study locations that we looked at. Those are intersections that I'm referring to. And it also looks at 3 study periods. That would be the AM, PM, and Saturday afternoon peak, 1-hour periods, and 2 traffic scenarios, the build and the no build that we talked about. We also considered both short-term and long-term future scenarios. And we also looked at existing conditions as well for 2025. The study parameters were developed collaboratively with the town staff to ensure that all relevant conditions were addressed. Next slide. And so to establish those existing traffic volumes, as you heard staff mention, we referenced data from this recent CDOT traffic studies and collected additional counts on Thursday, January 30th of 2025 and Saturday, February 1st of 2025. We also collected nearby CDOT State Highway 9 counts from a count station that operates continuously throughout the year. And that data was used to provide a robust kind of foundation for our analysis, looking at the seasonal trends. And next slide. So we analyzed the background traffic conditions, that means without the project or the no build scenario, for both 2026 and 2046, assuming that no new development was built. This helps us kind of understand the future traffic patterns and provides a comparison point that I and the town can use to identify the project's impacts. Next slide. We estimate the trips that are generated by the project using data from the Institute of Transportation Engineers, data that's available based off of data from many other similar restaurants like this. And the analysis covers the AM, PM, and those Saturday 1-hour peak periods. And it also addresses the daily volumes on Saturday. Next slide. When we calculate the total trips that the site generates, we then look at the network of turn movements through the intersections that we're studying and assign those total trips to those turn movements. And that's what you see here. Probably can't read right now, but the study's available. And it assigns the individual trips in the various study periods that we have in each of those periods. And next slide. We then combine those background trips with the project generated trips that I just showed you to create what we call a total traffic condition or a build scenario with each of the volumes, the traffic volumes in an hourly, magnitude. It's vehicles per hour at each of these movements. We model that and we use that, those impacts, or, we assess the impacts of, we assess the performance of the intersections during those periods. And we are then able to compare the results. So in the next slide, we run this model through and we come up with our analysis that tells us, or the results of the analysis that tell us the level of service, which is based on the average delay at the intersection that's experienced by vehicles. And that gives us, in this table that you see at the bottom here, an A through F rating for each intersection. And then basically at the end of the day, You can kind of see here in front of me really well. The orange and the green are showing you the results of the traffic of the analysis with the project in both the 2026 in the orange and in the green on the right is the 2046 future scenario. And basically, at the end of the day, this is showing us that we do not have any impacts that are causing any of the intersections to fall below failing level service. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take later. Abby.
All right, thank you, Alex. That's a great segue to talk about a little bit of the procedural background on this application. For a major site plan, the town's Unified Development Code first requires a pre-application conference between the applicant and town staff. This took place earlier this year on January 8th. Subsequently, the applicant submitted its sketch plan for staff review. On April 17th, the sketch plan was presented to Planning Commission at one of its regularly scheduled meetings. During this meeting, commissioners offered comment on various physical and operational aspects of the project, and we also heard from members of the public. Following the sketch plan presentation, the owner submitted its complete major site plan application, incorporating significant changes based on the feedback that was heard at the sketch plan hearing. To highlight those again, those changes included adding the four-way stop on 10 Mile Drive to address traffic safety concerns in consultation with the town engineer, widening landscape buffers to create a softer edge on the building and create buffering with nearby uses, and redesigning the trash enclosures to be the state-of-the-art, fully enclosed designs that Robert presented a moment ago. That brings us to tonight for the applicant's request for approval. The purpose of the site plan review and approval process is to ensure the site plan's compliance with the town's development and design standards and to encourage high-quality development. In order for the Planning Commission to approve the site plan, it must find that the application meets three multi-pronged approval criteria. First, the plan must be consistent with the general purpose and intent of the code, which includes a requirement to implement the 2019 Frisco Community Plan. Second, the site plan must comply with the dimensional, design, development, and other applicable standards of the code. And finally, the site plan must be consistent with any previously approved plan unit development, which in this case is the Lake Point PUD. As we will discuss, the major site plan before you tonight meets all of these criteria. Criteria number one, the major site plan must be consistent with the purpose and intent of the UDC, including the comprehensive plan. The staff report provides a detailed analysis of how the application generally complies with the principles, goals, and policies of the Frisco Community Plan. We concur with these conclusions, and as such, we're not going to repeat each one. However, we would like to emphasize that the site plan particularly supports the themes of inclusivity, economic development, and redevelopment along Summit Boulevard. Guiding principle one of the community plan is inclusive community. Approving the major site plan and subsequent opening of a McDonald's restaurant here supports this principle in a variety of ways. McDonald's has a strong track record for hiring individuals from diverse backgrounds, including people with disabilities, seniors, and those re-entering the workforce. By opening a new location here, we're creating accessible jobs that reflect the diversity of the Frisco community. The project will be further designed with inclusivity in mind, from wheelchair accessible entrances to multilingual signage and digital kiosks. It's a space where everyone can feel comfortable. Another issue that affects families is food insecurity, and McDonald's offers affordable, consistent meal options. This location will help ensure that more residents have access to hot meals in a safe environment. Guiding principle two relates to the cultivation of a thriving economy, especially a year-round economy. McDonald's supports this principle in the following ways. Unlike seasonal businesses, McDonald's operates year-round and offers consistent employment. This helps stabilize the local workforce by providing reliable income and career development opportunities, especially for young adults, working parents, and those who desire a flexible schedule. McDonald's contributes to the growth of the food service industry, which is a key part of a diversified economy. By adding a nationally recognized brand to the local business landscape, the applicant is reinforcing the viability of hospitality and retail as year-round employment sectors, not just related to seasonal or tourist visitors. Further, McDonald's often partners with regional suppliers for produce, packaging, and maintenance services. These relationships stimulate the local economy. Approval of the major site plan also supports community plan goals and other opportunities specifically related to Summit Boulevard. Guiding Principle 1.2B of the community plan is to encourage infill and redevelopment along Summit Boulevard that improves the aesthetic appeal and supports an economically thriving corridor. The project supports this goal in two ways. First, the major site plan presents a prime infill redevelopment opportunity. Its approval will enable the replacement of a vacant building with a new business. Second, the project furthers transportation connectivity along Summit Boulevard. There's an existing nearby bus stop, and bike parking will be provided at the project above the required minimum, encouraging customer access through a variety of means. Next slide, please. One more. For the second criteria, as part of the major site plan review process, town staff further reviews the application against all of the development standards set out in the code. As detailed in the staff report and further addressed by Robert, these development standards include all of the items listed on this slide, as well as some others that are in the staff report. It is a comprehensive review of approximately 25 different physical components of the project. Based on this review, the town staff report recommends that the site plan is in general conformance with the development standards of the code. We concur with this conclusion and are happy to answer specific questions about any individual development standard. Finally, criteria number 3 is that the site plan must be consistent with any previously approved PUD, which in this case is the Lake Point PUD. This PUD regulates permitted uses and certain development standards for each area or stage. In each case, as reaffirmed by the staff report, this application is in general conformance with the applicable criteria. Next slide. This slide shows an excerpt from the PUD, which unfortunately is difficult to read, but we want to specifically note that drive-in restaurants are a permitted use in stage 3 of the PUD. This location is uniquely designated and suitable for this type of commercial use. The Lake Point PUD has 6 stages, some of which are specifically designated for multifamily or mixed-use development, but not stage 3. This is designated for all retail, commercial, business, and accommodation uses. This is a very broad commercial district. This is appropriate for the context of this parcel, which is located approximately 1/2 mile from I-70, one of the busiest and most critical mountain corridors in the country, as well as along a major east-west thoroughfare. The properties north and south of the site are commercial. There are commercial uses across Summit Boulevard to the west, and the property to the east is mixed use. This is an appropriate place for a drive-through restaurant. In conclusion, this application for a commercial building remodel is consistent with all of the major site plan application approval criteria, and we respectfully request your approval. McDonald's looks forward to being a good member of this incredible community. Before we pause for any questions the commissioners might have, I'm going to turn the podium back over briefly to Robert to highlight some of McDonald's sustainability practices.
As you're aware, McDonald's is a worldwide company, and they take their responsibility as part of that world, part of being a worldwide company serious. And they've joined the United Nations Race to Zero campaign and have implemented different strategies, not just within their restaurants and not just within the United States, but across their complete footprint to reduce greenhouse gases. Immediately at this restaurant, it will be an all electric building, so we won't have any kind of gas service to it at all. It'll have high efficiency heaters and air conditioners. The cups and bags will be made from sustainable materials and are recyclable. So that's kind of the easy things to capture. But McDonald's has gone above and beyond that. And they've looked at their supply chains and they've put mandates down on their suppliers worldwide to incorporate practices into their farming, their agriculture, their delivery systems, and other types of things to reduce those greenhouse gases as well. And so as part of that goal to be net zero by 2050, a few years into it, they started to look at what they're doing and see what kind of impact that they've had in there, and they've found that they're seeing a 7% reduction across their footprint on their greenhouse gas emissions. So that's really encouraging. And as someone with a footprint of the size of McDonald's, that's a lot. And so they're continuing to look at those practices, evaluate it, study that, and see where they can continue to do that. And again, I said 7, it's 7.8% actually. But yeah, they're continuing to look at that, continuing to move towards that, and they take that part very seriously. They take their footprint in the world seriously. Questions? So we're open for questions for anyone, or McDonald's. We have a representative from McDonald's Corporation here as well, if anyone has any questions.
Thank you. I will turn it over now to commissioner questions. Andy, we'll start with you this time.
Do you still plan on being open 24 hours right from the beginning?
Okay. I'm gonna let McDonald's corporate answer.
So, yeah, Robert Yagushevsky, 7105 Fairway Avenue, Southeast, Snoqualmie, Washington. I am the construction manager for McDonald's. So, the standard McDonald's policy is to allow the operator to dictate their hours to best serve the community. So that's our answer.
Do we know if the operator plans to be open 24 hours a day from the beginning?
My name is Klaus Minter. I'm the Director of Operations for the franchisee, 645 Ash Avenue, Rifle, Colorado, 81650. We anticipate exploring that, but in our other towns, Steamboat Springs, Vail, we don't do that, primarily because our employees, they rely on public transportation. It's hard for them to come in and leave outside of the schedule that public transportation is made available. So we don't operate. And we've generally found in the towns that we've tried it in, Silverthorne, we've tried it in, Vail, we've tried it in, Steamboat Springs, it just really didn't make sense overnight because the average wage was so high. And frankly, what we captured between 11 to midnight to 5 a.m. it didn't make a good business model for us. And the corporation generally respects that, and you know, they want us to try it, but as a business, we have been able to show them that it doesn't really work well. And in the resort towns that we operate in now, you won't find us having 24 hours. And so in this setting, McDonald's might ask us to do it. As one of the people that runs the franchises, I don't like it. I hope that we don't have to do it. And everything that I've ever seen is it doesn't make sense because the cost outweighs the benefit.
I would suspect you might find the same here. If they were to ask you to be open 24 hours, how quickly would you be able to make the decision to change away from that if you realize and have the data to show that it's not working?
Our most recent example was in Parachute when we opened a store there. They asked us to commit to it for 1 year. And upon completing that 1 year, we backed out of it just because we were able to show them that it didn't make sense. It just, you know, I'm personally hoping that we don't even have to do that. But I couldn't speak to that other than just giving you my opinion on what we've experienced in other locations and what we did in Parachute. But during the time that we did it in Parachute, I mean, the traffic, I mean, you're not seeing any traffic. You're not seeing any noise. You're not seeing anything because just the fish aren't biting between midnight and 5. So, you know.
Thank you. One other question. One of the concerns that came up at our last planning commission meeting was increased crime rates around these. Could you speak toward what sorts of methods that McDonald's would be taking to ensure that there are no increased crime rates around this facility?
Yeah, McDonald's does not see increased crime rates around the restaurants. The restaurants will be covered on all sides with cameras tied to security systems. It's monitored. we just don't see that type of thing. There's increased, there's people coming in and out of that, and there might be some issues similar to any other public facility. You might get people who argue in the parking lot or things like that, but we don't see an increased community crime rate based off of McDonald's, nor do we see increased trash, right? McDonald's is really careful. Their operators are really careful about walking the site multiple times a day, having trash enclosure, trash containers and not dumpsters, but trash cans around where it's convenient for people to use them. They don't want trash scattered around either.
Okay, thank you.
That's it for me. Jessica?
No questions. That was a very thorough presentation.
Candace, any questions?
Can we go back to the level of service slide? How is the level of service in 2046 better than now, than 2026?
Good question. I had the same question.
CDOT, in a short answer. The 203 interchange project greatly increases the efficiency of the transportation system in the area. And that's why you see an increase in or decrease in delays at the various intersections.
Interesting. I defer to Chris, who's done a very thorough review of this traffic study, but that surprises me that in 20 years, everything's operating at an A, where I think the Exit 203 project is actually pushing more traffic onto these local roads. And I think we're only going to see growth. So it's a comment, not really a question. I just wanted to make sure I was seeing that accurately. Thanks.
Kelsey, any questions?
My question was about the 24-hour thing, and then I don't know if I saw this. If there are two menu boards, did we swap the menu board from? And there's two? Okay. That was my only question.
Okay. Ira, any questions of the applicant?
Yeah, thank you for the in-depth presentation. I recommend you go watch the movie Roofman. I hope it doesn't happen here. And then my question is about the 24-hour versus if you're open or closed. If you're closed, is the lighting, the exterior lighting or any lighting different? Is the store less lit if you're closed?
Yes, it'll clearly look different than when it's open. So it won't invite people to drive onto the site when it's not operable.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
April, any questions? Oh,
No questions from me right now.
okay. I have a couple questions. Can you speak to, and this is just because I'm curious, but like, I know you have a McDonald's in Silverthorne, run by the same operator, I think, but so I guess you found that there's demand for another McDonald's in Summit County?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you speak about that a little bit?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're half a mile, quarter mile from I-70, one of the 4 or 5 main east-west corridors. And for the whole United States, there's massive amounts of traffic that go over there. You've got you've got probably the best resort in the United States, right? that people are traveling through. You've got one of the second best ones down the street. So yeah, we see when we look at it, we see a need that needs to be filled.
And another question I have is, so with all your sustainability goals and all that, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you're not putting solar panels on this building or things like that?
We're not proposing solar panels at this point. No, we're concentrating more on the efficiency of the equipment inside, upgrading the equipment inside, using higher efficiency heaters and air conditioners and things like that, that honestly we see, like from a management standpoint, give a greater impact for the dollar spent than just solar panels.
Okay. And then just from what I've seen and experienced in Silverthorne, so you're doing a double drive-through lane thing. presumably to get people more faster through the site or the restaurant. And my experience in Silverthorne has been that it goes so fast, it speeds it up so fast that almost the interior staff can't keep up. And I guess I don't know if you think about that when you're putting in additional volume going through, whether there's support inside to make up for the extra.
Yeah, so I can tell you from the person who designs these sites. So McDonald's has certain standards on their site, and they have certain standards that are called red standards. And even with 20 years of experience in doing McDonald's, we're not allowed to change those. And that function of the kitchen and the layout of the kitchen to where you order your food, we're not allowed to change those, because that is such a science for them that they know the distance where they place those menu boards, and why like the dual menu boards are so important to us to be able to get those orders in quicker. That distance between, like, from the time you order to the time you get to the kitchen, that kitchen is designed around that time to get the food out the window. So that is the most technical part, honestly, of a McDonald's restaurant, and we're not allowed in any way, shape, or form to mess with that stuff. So that's how we do it. And that's how we function. Honestly, that's how we function with stacking too. We'll run into codes in certain areas where they say we want 15 stacking spaces. And we can always meet those. It's not a problem. But it's really, from our standpoint, that's not how we attack stacking. We attack stacking by designing our drive-throughs and our kitchens to work with each other and get that timing down so that we can move people through rather than push them out behind the order points.
One final question. There's a lot of landscaping that you've added, and I'm just for the record, you are above the town code requirements on landscaping, or minimum meeting the minimum?
I don't know that I ran, or at least meeting the minimum, but I'm pretty sure we're above. We're certainly above in certain areas, like along the front of the building and things like that. We looked at it more of a screening, or at least I did. I'm sure my landscape architect could tell you if we were at or above it, but we really tried to use that landscaping appropriately rather than just count shrubs and throw them around the site. We tried to concentrate that in the areas that would be the most beneficial to the adjacent sites.
Is it above? Yeah.
I can respond to that. Okay. 32 trees and 19 shrubs were required for the project site, and they're providing 16 new trees and preserving 27, and then providing 120 shrubs compared to the 19.
Okay. I think those are all my questions. Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, now we will turn it over to the public comment portion of the meeting. I'm assuming people are going to come up and make comments. If you do, come up to the podium. For making comments, please identify yourself for the record by stating your name and your interest in the application. At no time during the hearing should the public speak directly to the applicant or to other members, and vice versa. Other public members or vice versa. All comments must be directed to the commission. Statements should be brief and non-repetition. The public hearing is held for the purpose of receiving testimony on the application, and it's not a question and answer session. All members of the audience are asked to respect a few simple rules. Please avoid talking while others are speaking. Avoid personal attacks or accusations. Respect a time limit of 3 minutes per person and avoid repetition. Please refrain from addressing the audience direct your comments to the commission. With these ground rules understood, we will now take public comments. Come on up to the podium. And I am going to time everybody, so just to keep it going.
If you could make sure it can be after you speak, but your name and address are on the sign-in sheet also,
Sure.
please. Thank you.
I'll do that. Thank you very much for the time. My name is Harry Canales. I'm a resident of Drake Landing, Unit B15, located in Drake Complex right next to or across from where this McDonald's is going to be built or set up, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to start with a saying, very popular saying. You can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig. It means that making it means that making superficial or cosmetic changes is a futile attempt to disguise the fundamentally flawed or unattractive nature of something. I'm here tonight because I am angry and deeply disappointed that the town of Frisco has chosen to pretty much support and approve that this McDonald's be built or continue its development when you have this overwhelming opposition from residents in the area. Moment ago, you were asked if there was a need for or capacity for another McDonald's, and the answer that we received was in no way or form an answer to your question. It basically said, there's a lot of people that are going to be coming through here, and we're going to capitalize on that. There was nobody here asking for a McDonald's in this town, and I don't believe that the applicant supplied that answer to you. We've raised a lot of real concerns. The four-way traffic, I don't believe that McDonald's is the one that is going to put it and et cetera. And if they are, we've been asking the town for that to be done for many years, and it hasn't been done. At this point, it's being accepted, and they're going to put the signs up, I guess. So thank you for that. I'm not going to go into too much more because I think it's futile what we're doing tonight. It's basically going through. So the comments that we're making are basically falling on deaf ears. Aside from the traffic, et cetera, that you are, my biggest concern as a swim coach, as a member and employee of FERC, an organization in this town that tries to really deal with food insecurity. That was hurtful to hear that from McDonald's when we know that what you promote, McDonald's, is low-cost, high-calorie, high-sodium meals that contribute to obesity and diet-related illnesses, especially in our youth. We have a plague in our country of obesity with children, and we as adults here are approving another one of these restaurants that only brings that to our community. That's probably my biggest concern. You're going to have toys, you're going to have all kinds of things to attract kids and pretty much contribute to this epidemic that we have in our country. The profits are going to McDonald's. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Come on up.
My name is Colette Berg, and I'm on the list there, so you have my information. I live at Drake Landing, and there were 38 representatives from Drake Landing that spoke at the last Planning Commission meeting. And I heard through the grapevine that one of the commissioners said, I guess it's only Drake Landing that's concerned about this. But the gentleman that spoke early on another topic about connectivity north, from Bay Club North, having 400 units up there, we have at least that many inside the Lake Point Drive area. So wonderful presentation, tons of data. You did your homework, you dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's. Let's talk reality. It took me 3 lights to turn on a Wednesday afternoon into my neighborhood. Right-hand turn into my neighborhood on Highway 9 on a Wednesday afternoon in October. Come on. Reality is you can only get about 10 cars, maybe 8 cars into that lane before you turn left to go to McDonald's, where the 4-way stop is. The rest of them are going to be backed up on, guess what? Highway 9, and backed up and backed up. Those of us in the neighborhood are already talking about having to use 10-mile drive to get anywhere, to get out of our neighborhoods now. So that road that is in front of all of those strip mall businesses back in there, you know, I furnish and so on, is going to get really cloggy as well. So this is reality. If none of you live in that neighborhood, I would really ask you and implore that you come over and drive around the neighborhood, walk around, bike around the neighborhood, and see what it feels like and what this particular business is going to do to the traffic flow in that area and just the ambiance of the area. We've talked about it at HOA meetings and so on. We don't have any issue with a real classy restaurant going in there, you know, that people drive in, they park and they stay a few hours and eat dinner and then they leave again. But the maelstrom of another, how much is enough? We have 6 fast food restaurants within 1.5 blocks of Drake Landing. KFC, Wendy's, Starbucks, Which, Dunkin', Subway, and we have 3 convenience stores that also serve fast food, you know, the Rolly hot dog kind, within a block and a half of our neighborhood as well. All of that traffic, all of that is being provided already. Just because we can, just because they've dotted all their I's and crossed all their T's, doesn't mean we should. I agree with Harry that we should put in another. It just kind of contributes to the continued.
Sorry to cut you off, Colette, but we're at 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers want to come up to state your name and address, please?
Hi, it's my first time doing this. I'm Diane De Silva. I live at 6048 Frisco Street, far away from where they're proposing this. Again, drive-through means more emissions. I don't know how many drive-throughs we need in this community. And again, if there's a McDonald's 1 town away, why are we ruining our community, our town with another commercial, like you were saying? It would be nice to have a nice sit-down restaurant, but another drive-through just means more emissions and more pollution and more traffic. And we've created so many or restricted so many of our events because of emergency vehicles not being able to access. So if there's this more traffic going through a McDonald's, who's to say if there's an emergency, like during 4th of July? I mean, how are the emergency vehicles going to get through? Thank you for your time.
Anybody else in favor? Seeing none, we'll open the public comment portion to anybody that wants to speak online. Please raise your hand. I see EW. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So I'll talk fast to get my points in under 3 minutes. My name is Eric Wachter. I'm an owner and resident at 700 Lake Point Drive, Unit A9 in the Tarn Landing development, right at the intersection of Lake Point Drive and 10 Mile Drive, ground zero for this project. I would like to share my frustrations and my extreme opposition to this proposed McDonald's at 960 North 10 Mile Drive. My home is visible in the aerial photos that you guys are sharing tonight. I am immediately catty-cornered to that property in question and challenge that there are very few residents in the town of Frisco that would be more directly impacted than I. 3 points I'd like to highlight is, again, the oversaturation of fast food in the area. Our neighborhood is saturated. We have a Taco Bell, a Wendy's, a KFC, the Which, the Dunkin' Donuts, and more, all within, again, a 1.5 block radius of this intersection. Frisco promotes a vision of healthy, active living, and I see the approval of yet another junk food outlet directly contradicting that vision. How many more unhealthy restaurant options do we really need in the town of Frisco? We should be encouraging businesses that align with our community's values and long-term health goals. The drive-through impact on this residential area, noise and behavioral concerns. The proposed dual drive-through on the south side of the property will result in headlights shining directly into residential buildings along 10 Mile Drive, regardless of the extensive bushes proposed. This is not just a nuisance, while it's a disruption to people's homes and peace, my home and my peace. While McDonald's has just dodged the question on whether they truly intend to operate 24 hours, it's very clear that it's a realistic possibility. What does that mean for myself and other nearby residents? Constant light, noise, and traffic being very concerning. The demographic this location may attract, especially late at night, raises concerns. McDonald's claims that it shows no evidence of increased crime rates around their locations, but I didn't see any statistical data offered tonight to back that up. I'm concerned this location will become a hotspot for loud gatherings, loud cars, especially from individuals leaving nearby bars or events. Do we have to keep our windows shut 24/7 to block out the noise? This is definitely not the kind of environment we want to foster. I'm going to skip over most of the traffic concerns because they've been talked about, but I think the lack of a dedicated left turn off of southbound Summit is a significant problem. As mentioned, the traffic jams at the intersection at Summit and 10 Mile are horrible. This is only going to make it worse. McDonald's is about quantity, not quality. So in conclusion, I again am very opposed to the addition of this McDonald's. It does not serve the interest of the Frisco community. It threatens our health, our safety, and our quality of life. I
Thank you for your
respectfully,
comments. We're at 3 minutes.
thank you.
Anybody else online?
Yes, Mike Bernstein.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, I'm a resident at Drake Landing, 965 North 10 Mile Drive, A4. My unit actually is right off of 10 Mile Drive and has a direct sight line to the exit of the proposed McDonald's. So especially if the McDonald's is going to be operating 24 hours a day, there will be cars that will be exiting the McDonald's in the current configuration that will be shining their bright lights directly into their windows of Drake Landing. I wrote to the Planning Commission several months ago to express this concern, and I haven't heard anything from McDonald's or from the Planning Commission or anybody that the concern was taken and addressed. So I'm not sure how we can approve something that's going to encourage traffic to shine their bright lights into residences and making them uninhabitable. I'm not sure. I know none of the people on the Planning Commission or no one on this phone call would want bright lights constantly flashed into their home. I'm also very concerned, and I'm very confused because current code permits 1 menu board per site, but McDonald's is asking for 2, and it sounds like that's going to be just green lit and no problem. We're going to bend over backwards and give McDonald's exactly what they want. We're being told as residents with concerns that McDonald's has permitted use, and so that's what our hands are tied. We can't do anything, but we're going to make exceptions to the code and give them 2 menu boards when the code explicitly states only 1 menu board per site. So it just seems like we're listening to global multinational corporations, and we're going to bend over backwards for them and ignore the residents of Frisco. And my final point is the town of Frisco actually has weighed in on permitted use. A few years ago, every resident or every homeowner could short-term rent their units for less than 30 days without issue. And the town came in very quickly, I might add, and took away that permitted use for many homeowners and put a cap and just restricted that general permitted use. So there is precedent for the Planning Commission and the town of Frisco to suppress permitted use as stated in the book. So I just wanted to, I'm obviously opposed to it. I don't want bright lights flashing into my unit. I don't think it's been concerned. I'm not hearing any concern from anybody. And it just doesn't seem fair. And the nuisance doesn't seem to be in line with with what Frisco said, the inclusiveness and the principles of development that they laid out for us. This does not seem to fall within that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else online? You see anybody? I can't see who.
Double check. I do not see anybody.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for your comments. We will now close out the public meeting comment section of the application and move on to commissioner comments. Ira, we'll start with you.
Okay. From our position and my role here as the Planning Commission, I think it was a very thorough presentation. I hear the comments of the close neighbors. I'm hopeful that the reality of business sets in place and they're not open 24 hours. I don't know how quickly they can respond to their corporate dictates, but I think that their income will quickly verify that there's not much business and they'll go dark after 11 or midnight, whatever that case may be. My sympathy is out for the anticipated headlights in the housing, but But the way cars are set up now, the headlights, unless they're on high beam, they're aiming down and they should not be protruding into your living room on the first floor, the second floor. So I'm really hopeful that it's not going to be as bad a change in lifestyle for the people that live there. So for the most part, I think that it's not for us to tell what businesses to come into the town or not into the town, because as far as I know, it's still a capitalist society. We can't dictate that we want a sit-down fancy restaurant. If people come in and meet the requirements and do a fine job and be responsible to the community, I think that we have to respect that position. That's it for me.
Thank you, Ira. April? What are your comments?
This is a tough one, as we all know. I feel like I hear all the residents, but I'm also kind of obligated to make sure that McDonald's is meeting the code and the items that we've asked them to do, and I feel like they're doing that. And I'm hoping that they would like to be good partners with the town and with the residents, and if any issues come up after this is built, if it's approved, that they would continue to work with us to make that corrected. But it kind of is what it is, and that's really all I can say about it right now.
Thank you, April. Kelsey?
I mean, I'm certainly sympathetic to not wanting a McDonald's in my backyard, but that's not the purview of this, and we're here for the code, and the district allows for it. You know, in terms of what we are here for, you know, the aesthetics and, you know, articulation on the outside is being met. I appreciate the additional landscaping. You know, there was a public comment about the signboards, which I asked for. That was a code amendment. So it's not, you know, a treat to McDonald's to give that. That was a change in the code, which happens. And there are communities that outlaw, you know, big corporations. So if that's an important part of this community, there's boards, there's these things that you can sit on that, you know, can change those things for the future. And we're not here to dictate businesses, but the structures that they sit in.
Thank you. Candace?
I agree with the comments that have been said. I do agree that I think we've all heard the traffic concerns, and you can project and engineer, but then there comes reality. So I do agree with what April said, and that I hope that there's some good neighbors sentiment in the future if this does become an issue. But I appreciate that you guys listened and took some action towards adding a four-way stop. I think that will help the area. But similar to the other commissioners, I hear the residents. I would feel the exact same if I was in your position. I think everyone has an opinion about McDonald's, whatever end of the spectrum you're on, and that's unfortunately not our purview here. So thank you for taking time to comment, because we do read them and we do hear them, and they do dictate some of the changes during the planning review. So keep commenting, even though it might not be the outcome you want to hear.
Thank you. Jessica?
I don't have anything to add. Thanks.
Andy?
Yeah, I think everything's kind of been said really well already. I do appreciate everybody that's come out. You know, I think we do listen and we do get into code discussions in the future, and we hear everything you guys are saying, and we'll take that into account as we move forward. But yeah, in this particular case, we're here to review whether or not it meets the code. And that's really all we get to decide tonight. But thank you for coming out.
Yeah, I guess I don't really have anything more to add other than say the same thing. So thanks for coming. I know it's tough with very technical applications that you're just meeting the standards of the code. And if they are meeting those, we are required to approve them. So yeah, and the critical piece being it's a permitted use. If you don't want that as a permitted use, the PUD needs to be amended, or the code needs to be amended. So, but the way it stands today, I don't see how we can say no to McDonald's and yes to Taco Bell and yes to everybody else that's on Highway 9. And to me, I'd rather see a drive-through in that corridor where it is that sort of visitor-oriented side of town versus seeing a drive-through on Main Street. So that's just me. But I do appreciate everybody coming, and we do hear your comments. So with that, we'll take a motion.
Do you want to pull it up on the screen? Or, okay.
I can make a motion. With respect to file number MAJ-25-0003, I move that the recommended findings set forth in the October 16th, 2025 staff report be made, and that the recommended conditions set forth therein be taken, and that the Planning Commission hereby approves the request for the major site plan application for the proposed remodel to an existing commercial property located at 960 North 10 Mile Drive, Lot R1, Block 1, Lake Point at Frisco's resub L2 Block 1 amended.
Second.
Roll call, you're.
Forsythe?
Yes.
Withrow? Yes. Westmus?
Yes.
Yay? Yes. Seville?
Yes.
Conley?
Yes.
Kane?
Yes.
All right, that is unanimous. Unanimous.
Everybody, if you're not already, please reach out if you can't find it, but on the website, you can look into getting email alerts. We are looking at some code changes for the community because we recently redid our long-term vision for the town and got a lot of community input, including probably from a lot of you. And so even if your feedback can't be taken to change a code when an application is being processed because it's not legal, it can still cause the town to change a code and change different dimensional requirements or use requirements, different parts of zoning in town. And we're looking to make changes based on community and citizen feedback over the next year or so. So if you could sign up to alerts, you'll know when those are coming up to Planning Commission and Town Council. Because there is still opportunity, not for this application, but for the town-wide we do need public comment, and you can help guide those changes that the council makes. So thanks. I can kind of help you on the next one get set up.
Ash, what's the next? We're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Go to the bathroom. We are back to the meeting. To the second item on the agenda, which is planning file number BAC 25-0001. A request for the vacation of a portion of a public right of way consisting of 10,000 square feet of a 10,000 square foot tract of the South 6th Avenue right of way between blocks 33 and 34 Frisco Town Sub, generally located adjacent to and east of 521 Pitkin Street, Lot 24, Block 34 Frisco Town Sub, and adjacent to and west of 601 Pitkin Street, Lot 13, Block 33 Frisco Town Sub. The applicant is Andy Richmond and Laura Echeverria. Turn it over to the staff.
Right, thanks, Lena. Yes, so this is the review for a proposal to vacate a portion of the South 6th Avenue right-of-way in exchange for up to 4 workforce housing units. So the Planning Commission has reviewed this request previously on May 18th, 2023. At that time, Planning Commission recommended approval with conditions for a development agreement, a portion of the units restricted to 160% AMI, and for not recording the ordinance until the terms of the development agreement had been satisfied. Following the Planning Commission's recommendation, Town Council had held 2 work sessions and 1 executive session to discuss the proposal. Following these sessions, the council had recommended the applicant utilize the standard live-work housing covenant already used in the town and provide an additional unit that would be income capped. The applicant chose to not move forward with an ordinance with council at that time. The applicant has submitted again for consideration of the same proposal. So staff is requesting an updated recommendation from Planning Commission due to the elapsed time and the new comprehensive plan and strategic housing plan that we wanted to review it with. So just a quick note on process. After a recommendation from Planning Commission, the application will move forward to a first reading of an ordinance with Town Council so that the applicants can have a formal decision on the application and not go through more work sessions. If the right-of-way vacation is approved, the applicant will come back with additional planning applications. At that time, the Planning Commission would review any details of the submitted PUD, rezoning, and site plans. A preliminary site plan and PUD were submitted to outline the proposed public benefit and show that the proposed plan is feasible. But the Planning Commission should only comment on the right-of-way vacation portion and the proposed public benefit today, not on the details of the site plan, since that'll come back for later planning applications. Also, staff wants to note that the vacation request cannot assume quasi-judicial approvals by Planning Commission and Council on either the PUD or development applications. So a right-of-way vacation can only be granted if the council finds an overriding public benefit or overriding public interest favors the vacation. So Planning Commission should be discussing this today to consider their recommendation. Planning Commission may recommend reasonable conditions on the vacation, which may include payment of money to the town as a consideration for the vacation. Public Works and the town engineer recommended requiring an access and utility easement as a condition to satisfy prospective future town uses on the property. So at this time, Planning Commission is really considering a recommendation for whether the proposed plan provides an overriding public interest. So this is the vicinity map for the area that's being proposed to be vacated. So it's just this tract in between 521 and 601 Pitkin Avenue, or Pitkin Street, sorry. It doesn't include the alley behind it, which does access some of the other units. This chart shows the existing and proposed square footage of the properties at 521 and 601 Pitkin Street. More of the right-of-way is proposed to go to the Richmond property at 521, given that they're providing 3 out of the 4 workforce housing units. We did also want to note that there was a real estate appraisal provided in your packet that was completed in 2021. The land as is in that appraisal was valued at $158,000, which we understand some seems low. Staff understanding is that right-of-way has a low land value because state law dictates that it has to be offered to adjacent property owners first. During their discussions in 2024, council stated that they did not need an updated appraisal, but if they request a new one at first reading, then an updated one will be provided. This chart shows the proposed lot sizes and uses in the preliminary site plan that the applicant provided that outlines the public benefit. The applicant is proposing to immediately place a live-work housing covenant on the existing house at 521 Pitkin Street and subdividing limited common element townhome lots for 2 additional live-work housing units. Those 2 lots would also be immediately encumbered with a live-work housing covenant. The draft PUD also shows an option for lot 3 to add an ADU, but that's not required, so we're not really considering that as part of the public benefit. The 4th live-work housing unit would be required to be built on the Lindrose property whenever the owners or their successors build a garage or add on to their home in some way. So they could either build an ADU or a separate unit. This is the preliminary plan that was submitted by the applicant to show the feasibility. That the orange rectangle is the existing right-of-way, and there are some steep slopes on the site which are shown shaded. So this is a comparison of the town's standard live-work covenant and what the applicant is proposing. Just as a little overview, when we're saying live-work covenant for the town, we're referring to a standard covenant that we use in the Housing Helps program that does not limit the income of the buyer or the resale value of the property, but does require the occupant to be working 30 hours a week in the county. Or no, sorry, in the 10-mile basin is the Housing Helps one. If you have more questions about why the applicant is proposing different language, definitely encourage you to ask about that.
Can I just ask a clarifying question now? Because you said that they were proposing the live-work covenant on their proposed units. They're proposing their own covenant on these proposed units. Okay, just wanted to clarify.
They're proposing their own criteria in their own covenant. But we're including this because council had recommended that they use the town standard one. Because the town is sort of trying to get everyone to use the standard language. All right. This slide shows the strategies, goals, and programs from the comprehensive plan and the housing plan that might apply to the review of this application. More details of these were provided in your staff report. But some of the strategies were supplying sufficient land for housing, supporting long-term affordability, balancing growth and housing, facilitating infill housing, engaging residents and developers in solutions, and collaborating and advocating for housing. There was also a program in the housing plan that applies to the review of this application, which was the neighborhood densification program. Oops. Go back. Which encourages the town to utilize public lands for densification, conversion of existing single-family dwellings to duplex, triplex, and quadplex housing types. And in areas of desired densification where there is unused public land, such as undeveloped alley rights-of-way, provide a streamlined process to utilize it in ways that support densification, such as through parking requirement adjustments. All right, you received 1 public comment on this application in the packet, and then 7 more were received this week, which are printed for you. The first one on the slide is the one that was in the packet, and the rest were received throughout the week this week. One of the submitted comments expressed support for the project as proposed, and the others indicated a number of concerns, including affordability, that there's no AMI cap, undervaluing the land, disproportionate private benefit to the proposed owners, an uncertain time frame about when the units will be provided, the size of the homes not truly being small cabins, building density, setting a precedent for the future, views, building height, and loss of open space. And we did want to note some of those concerns will be more directly addressed at later applications, such as at the PUD or the site plan. So they may not all be relevant for discussion right now. These are a few questions that staff recommends for Planning Commission to discuss. So the overriding public interest. Do you find that the proposed live work housing with no AMI cap meets the town's goals? And then are there other conditions that you would like to impose or recommend to the council, I should say? Staff is recommending approval of the application based on the findings and conditions in the staff report, but we do want Planning Commission to discuss the questions and consider whether the applicant is proposing a sufficient overriding public benefit. And if the Planning Commission does want to recommend denial, we've prepared a motion for that as well. These are the findings from the staff report and the conditions, and then a recommended motion if you want to approve it.
Since I know you.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Emma. Now we will proceed with questions for the staff. Andy?
I mean, you showed a slide about the 30% grades on the site. Can we take a quick look at that? So the hatched area indicates grades in excess of 30%?
The stripes are 15%, and then the denser hatch in the top right is 30%.
Okay. And we don't have, do we have restrictions on the 15% grade?
We do in the code.
Can you refresh my memory?
Yeah, it's up to 50% of the slope that's between 15 and 30%, and then can be disturbed, and then 15% of slopes above 30% can be disturbed. But I think in the draft PUD, the applicant was including some relief on that.
Okay. That's my only question. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll follow up on that question. Is that typically for kind of an already zoned lot that's already, has density associated with it? We'd be actually, saying like, now we're gonna add density and put it in 30% slopes on this one. So are there standards for that, like in the rezoning policies to avoid 30% slopes? Just blanketly?
Down to if, and again, it wouldn't get to a PUD unless it got the vacation approved, but if it did get approved for the vacation and then you reviewed the PUD, that would be what you would be looking at within the PUD. Yeah.
Okay, and then questions on the live work that's standard, the town housing helps covenant. I'm just going to call that the town covenant, and then the proposed covenant. So in the town covenant, when do you usually use the housing helps restriction? Like, what are the scenarios when that one's used?
Okay, well, I can start and then you can add. How about that? So it's definitely used for the housing helps program when the town is buying down, like we'll buy a market rate unit and put the housing helps covenant on it and then sell it for a slightly lower resale to someone who works in the county.
I'll add one disclaimer.
Yeah.
And that is just that to meet the Proposition 123 requirements. So we have not used the housing helps covenant as much because we have a requirement to the state to get a certain amount of income capped units. And so some of our housing helps lately have been income capped to meet Prop 123. So I don't want to, it depends on if it's a bigger, more expensive unit, where housing helps right now. If it's a smaller, more like a condo or small unit, we tend to not use housing helps covenant for housing helps to meet our state obligations.
Got it. But you're using it to restrict an already existing unit.
Correct.
You're not using it to add, because you're saying like, this is the lightest deed restriction we have, where it's already a market rate unit. We're putting this unit on it. You don't propose it on new units, correct?
Never a new unit. I don't believe it's only existing units, and you could live in it and get similar to the Summit County program, but correct. It's not, I cannot recollect it ever being used on a new unit in town.
So different than the bonus units
Which are,
restriction that we put.
Yeah, could you, and then, yeah, so this is, we have the housing helps, and then in the code, you know, maybe it was a couple years ago, we went through and have bonus units. We just go over what the town for new development allows, you know, if, is it 100, you can have a market rate unit and then you get 100% AMI unit, or remind me? Yeah.
in a different way, you can interpret it differently, which we've done before, but I think Emma can give you the real way that it's
Yeah.
going to be.
So for bonus density, if you want more units than what's allowed by right, you can have 1 unit deed restricted and income capped and 1 market rate unit. And of the income capped units, they have to average 100% AMI, but can go up to 140% AMI.
And it's a standard fiscal covenant, right?
Yes.
Okay.
There's an income capped version of this that would go on the bonus density ones. So this one, there's no income cap.
The housing helps one?
Yes.
Okay, but there's the 2019 standard housing covenant is what we require of bonus density.
Yes.
And will you talk about, I have a lot of questions.
Go ahead.
The retirement provision. So who can live in the town of Frisco standard covenant, and then who could live in the applicant's proposed covenant?
Yeah, so I did look at this today. For the town standard one, they have to have been working, but also lived in deed restricted housing in Summit County for at least 7 years. And we don't have the whole covenant for the applicant yet. We just have what they put in their narrative. But in their narrative, it says that that you could retire and still meet their covenant if you've met the work requirement for 5 consecutive years. I don't see a requirement for having lived in deed restricted housing at this time, but you could ask the applicant.
Okay. And like, is the logic, like, am I correct in assuming that the logic of the standard covenant is saying like, okay, you can retire because you're moving out of a deed restricted unit. We're opening up a deed restricted unit. This proposal is you've lived in a market rate unit, you can sell, but now you can move into deed restricted housing now that you're retired. Is that my correct understanding of this proposal?
The applicant, if that's what they're proposing.
You're correct on the town one.
Yeah.
The town says you can move into a deed restricted unit if you already have been living in a deed restricted, so encouraging downsizing basically. Yeah, but we'll let the applicant address.
Well, I feel like staff should be able to answer that based on the applicant's proposal.
Well, we have the bullets, but remember, we don't have the details for the PUD at this point.
Got it.
Like as much.
Yeah, we don't have the whole legal document.
Okay.
The way you described it is how we read it. Yes.
Just making sure my understanding.
The applicant.
Fair enough. I will hear it from the applicant.
So a retired person is allowed who met the work requirement for 5 consecutive years.
It doesn't require, my understanding, that right, you didn't have to have lived in deed restricted housing. You could have
According
lived
to
in
this,
market
yeah,
rate
you just needed to have worked.
Applicant will clarify.
Yeah.
And then lottery, it sounds like the town from the discussions I've kind of paid attention to is moving towards a lottery for sale of all deed restricted units, or at least contemplating.
Not as of the other night.
Okay. We're not doing that.
Well, we don't know.
Okay.
But the other night, they seemed to maybe not want to go with all those changes they had originally thought. they
Fair
would.
enough. But regardless, no lottery is proposed here, correct? Okay. That's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Candace?
Maybe I missed this. Is the proposal just to exchange these, and vacating the right of way would not require a purchase of the lot?
Correct. They're just proposing to provide the units in exchange, no money.
Okay. That's, I think, my only question.
Kelsey?
I don't know how we can weigh the benefit without saying the PUD. Like, it kind of seems like if that's where the benefit's living, I don't.
That is why they provided a draft PUD that was in your packet, yeah.
I mean, I get that, but it seems like not having all these answers seems a little early then to be like,
And we'll let the applicant confirm this, but our assumption is that is what they'll propose and that what you would continue to see if it moved forward. We just
it
because
seems
we-
like it
yeah.
needs to be solidified before you vote on it, and then they don't just go
And
change
so they
the
can't
PUD
actually
for-
solidify it because they don't own the land.
Got it.
So that's kind of the catch-22 on it.
Okay, no other questions.
Ira, any questions of the staff?
Yeah, were there any time commitments that they're willing to stand by as to when things would happen? Is there financing available to move forward? I'm just wondering if this is setting us up for an indefinite delivery of a product that they're proposing.
Yeah, in their application materials, the only timeline was that they would immediately put the live work covenant on their house. But they don't outline a specific timeline for construction of the new units.
And their live work covenant is slightly different or modified version. It's not the standard that we've been using. Is that correct?
That's what they're proposing.
That is not the standard.
Yeah, they're proposing not the standard covenant.
Got it. Okay. I'm ready to move next. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, April, any questions?
Yeah, so would the town of Frisco build on this lot without this agreement?
The town has no plans and no money in the housing fund to have anything be that we would build in the upcoming years, but I couldn't say like forever, but I can tell you not anytime. It hasn't been talked about and there's no money right now for the future. So.
And so I just want to make sure I understand because I missed the first meeting on this in May, but so process-wise, if we say, yes, let's go forward tonight, it goes to town council and then town council can say, yes. Are they going to determine the PUD or does it come back to us and we determine the PUD? So like, for example, if we want to say it absolutely has to be 4 units, do we get the power to say that or is that only from town council?
So right now we're talking about what's required for the right-of-way vacation, but then the PUD will come back to you as far as what's allowed. But I think now we're talking about how many units would be required for the vacation. Is that?
Yeah, so if we wanted to recommend to town council that it has to be 4 units, that would be our move tonight?
Yes.
Okay. It's very complicated. I just want to make sure I understood that.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Okay. Thank you. So I guess a couple questions. This is a proposal to use town land by a private person, right? It wasn't the other way around it anyway. They approached the town. Okay. So I guess you guys, the staff are recommending approval. And so you must have come to that. I mean, I know it was in the staff report, but like, I want to hear, how did you justify the questions that you're posing to the planning commission to recommend approval?
We'll tag team it.
Yeah.
Yeah. What Emma referenced was the housing strategic plan. It says there's a need for all types of units. It does focus on lower income, but it definitely says that the town has a need for all levels of income of units. And so with that housing strategic plan that we have in place in the town now, we're using some of that data points. And I think they were in your staff report a little bit. And then also the comprehensive plan. Staff is also taking into account and this is something the Planning Commission doesn't have to do, but we're taking into account all the conversations we're hearing from the public saying they need a place to move into out of deed restricted. And that by providing a live work unit, you potentially can go from an income cap to a live work. So we're providing that next step of housing, which is also a need in the town. So we definitely are not offended. We don't mind if the Planning Commission disagrees, but we see a live work unit as still a need and that people could potentially move out of an income restricted into that scenario.
Use the housing helps program.
Except we had lost the money that's been voided for 2 years.
But isn't this 1 unit?
Well, I don't think the number, but hang on. So can you put on the what's it called monitor the questions that you're posing to the Planning Commission? So you're saying because of the strategic housing plan, you find that there's an overriding public interest.
We are.
Okay.
even with the covenant the applicant's proposing, like not like
We don't necessarily support the retirement the way we read it, but as far as a light deed restricted, we support having a live work units in the town of Frisco because we think there is a need for that.
is there, like, I guess I'm looking for numbers. Like, I know there's one that may be built down the road, the fourth unit. So there's one existing structure that would go away. And 3,
Well, the one becomes the housing helps.
well, it's the applicant's proposal.
The applicant's version of the housing helps.
Got it, but is going on the unit that's already there.
Yeah.
It's not getting torn down and rebuilt.
No.
And then there's 2 more getting added, which from the last time I remember, one's already being sold to a friend. And so that's 1 unit that the town would get for a vacation. Is that correct? My understanding, I mean, down the road, sure, if all 3 of them sold.
Uses, I don't think the people who were going to buy them are interested anymore. I believe I know one of them already bought something.
Like,
else.
so is it gonna be open to a lottery or whatever the process is like that? I guess the benefit needs to be known. What is the community benefit at the time of construction?
I think it comes down to the question for the planning commission. Staff thinks getting units is a benefit because we keep hearing we need units and we don't have any money in our housing fund, and housing helps has been voided for the next year or 2 due to the budget, housing budget. And so for staff, having a piece of land that is not being used and has no plans to be used by Public Works, we don't see a problem with allowing housing units to get built when we hear that we need to promote.
So my question would be, if we had a housing fund and we didn't spend it all, would the town feel that this would still be a benefit to vacate, or another application came and we had funds, would you still feel that benefit was there? I feel like it's tied to the fact that the town approves it because we don't have money. And then they can put a gold star. And it feels like a little slippery slope on vacation. I guess that's not a question.
That's why we know those questions. It's why Emma even referenced, that's why you provide a recommendation. You don't have to agree with us. We're looking from what we hear a lot from in the office, from complaints and people and citizens. And it doesn't have to be the same recommendation that we're giving you.
Okay.
We know from the last time it might not have changed from the planning, and we know there's some new members, but yeah, we definitely understand everything you're saying. And I would say also, there's also an option for you to ask questions to the applicant. If you think it's not a public benefit and you have ideas of what could make it, you could always say, hey, are you willing to make changes, or are you set in stone on this proposal?
A resident of Frisco is able to use the county's housing helps program.
I'm not positive on that. No, for sure.
I don't know. Because I mean, we use the county's housing helps covenant everywhere.
So whenever anyone has submitted it, the county has always sent it to us and said they didn't have an interest. But I don't know if that's just the unit that had been applied for or what. We have tag teamed, but we've never had an applicant who went just to the county within the Frisco without no contribution from us that I know of.
I mean, well, that might be a comment for later, we can talk, but I'm pretty sure that we could do a housing helps without a town contribution.
Do you know anything different? You shook your head no, but I don't want to put you on the spot.
I asked exploring this.
Who did you talk to?
Brandon.
Oh.
It went to the county and then he deferred back to Frisco.
I think it's because of Frisco's housing helps program.
Yeah.
But so, okay, that's something else to think about.
Yeah.
Because we put housing helps covenants in Dillon and Silverthorne and everywhere.
Once, I know, a couple years ago.
Okay. Great. I think that's all of our questions. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
More questions?
Yeah.
Sorry, they came up later. Does the PUD control like setback limits? Yes, so the PUD would change the zoning setback requirement in this area. It could, yeah. Okay. And then my second question, previously when town council last time in 2023 said yes, but with different conditions, right?
They never actually voted. It was just work sessions.
Just work session. Okay, but their general recommendation was change the the covenant to be AMI restricted. Is that the main recommendation?
No, they were okay with the live work ones, and then they wanted an additional unit, which they wanted to be AMI restricted.
Okay.
So they
And
want,
that was the only, like,
correct. They wanted the applicant to add one more unit and restrict it.
So out of the four, one would be restricted to the standard covenant.
AMI restricted.
To be income capped.
It's one, okay.
I have one more question if I could.
Sure.
I feel a little bit in a vacuum here. How has this ever come across before to have a private party acquire a vacated town property? And the second part of that question is, in the future, how many more properties like this might we have?
Help out with that one. So most recently was probably around 2016, but don't quote me on that year. I know I was a planner at the time. The town had a request from somebody who wanted to vacate a section of property up on by Juniper Avenue. And they first proposed a public benefit of just that they were good neighbors and would provide barbecues. The town denied that one. They came back with a deed restricted unit proposal, and the town approved giving them the right of way vacation in exchange for 1 2-bedroom deed restricted unit. And then the applicant came back asking the council to increase the AMI on that unit. And I believe the final end was the town vacated a right of way for 1 2-bedroom unit at 160% AMI.
Wasn't that significantly smaller though? It was like a tiny triangle and this one's a large.
Yes, thank you.
You could put 3 homes on it, vacation.
And
was there money exchanged?
There was no money exchanged. But yes, thank you. That is, I forgot that part. That was a very small triangle of the right of way. They weren't taking an entire section.
And do we have a lot of vacated land?
Well, we have a lot of right of ways that are undeveloped. It just comes down to who asks and how it first goes to Public Works to see if they even think that they need to keep that for perpetuity for any snow removal or anything else. And then if they don't see a need for it, that's when we have somebody move forward with a formal application to ask Planning Commission and Town Council.
Oh.
So
Well,
you
just
could
one-
see, yeah, you could see them in the future. There are plenty of undeveloped right of ways. It doesn't mean that they would all be supported by Public Works even.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions of the staff? Seeing none, will the applicant please come and give us your presentation?
Absolutely. Thank you all very much for being here late tonight. I know quite a few of you, but for those that I don't, I'm Andy Richmond. This is my wife, Lauren Echevarria. As a little background, I grew up here in Summit County. I was born and raised. I actually lived just up the street, about a block and a half from where I'm proposing to do this project. My wife and I bought this property about 6 years ago. We actually started working with the town on a proposal somewhat like this a little more than 6 years ago while it was still under contract. In that time, I have gone in front of at least 2 planning commissions, 3 or 4 councils, 4 strategic or community planners, countless other planners. I have been through as much as I possibly can, and I'm happy to have done it because this is an important project to me. The reason there's 2 reasons this is so important to me, and that is, first of all, when my wife and I first started looking at buying around Summit County, we found that the AMI resale cap houses that were out there, first of all, it was extraordinarily hard to thread the needle of having enough money so that you could make a down payment, but not making enough so that you got over the AMI cap. So we were finding it very difficult to do so. And then we're also looking at, well, these resale caps why are we letting second homeowners, VRBOers, all that participate in the biggest wealth growth that you might see in our county, and locals can't. So that bothered us a little bit. The other reason I was happy to try to go through with this so much was I saw this as an opportunity for me to put my money where my mouth is. I grew up around here. I know the housing problem. I've seen the strategic plan. I followed that very closely. I know Frisco is trying really hard to get to 50% locally owned and occupied houses. I've seen what's going on over in Silverthorne, where they're already saying, "Wow, boy, these AMI capped resale capped houses, we're starting to move away from those." I've seen the problem grow, and I thought I am now finally in a position where I can try to do something about it. And the something that I can do about it is propose a solution that absolutely agree. This has not been done on this scale in this town before. But what I think is very important to get across, and I think a lot of the commissioner's questions glanced on this, but I want to really drill down on this, is when there is a right-of-way, a street right-of-way like this, if the town is not going to use it for a street, no, they cannot build on it. Doesn't matter if there's housing helps or not. Colorado law, enshrined in the Constitution and in statute, is very, very clear that if you want to stop using it for a street, make it available for other uses, you have to first give it an option to the adjacent landowners. So the option of this parcel that we're talking about is a street or local housing, the way that we want to try to develop it. And we want to develop it for people who maybe are trying to get out of the AMI capped, resale capped houses, but they can't quite reach into the market rate houses. We're saying, all right, there needs to be some sort of middle ground. We have, I believe, I know the strategic plan is saying we need more of the lower income houses, but we already have Peak One. We're building the West Main Professional. We've got 602 Galena. Everything is going towards the AMI capped houses. And meanwhile, you see the people who move out of, and I know this is anecdotal, when you see neighbors move out of the Peak One neighborhood, they're not buying somewhere else in Frisco or in Summit County. They're saying, well, resale cap means that I can't buy into the market, so I'm leaving. And that's why I don't think of this as workforce housing. I think of this as locals housing, because that's what we're trying to make happen here. Is we want neighbors that are going to be here alongside of us for 25 years. That's what we're trying to develop here. And that ancillarily, that also, bless you, that also touches on maybe some of the concerns about the value of the land and why we're not proposing any money for all of this. The appraisal of the land is absolutely based on the fact that no, the town does not get to treat this like a regular parcel. This is a parcel that either has to be a road or must be offered to the adjacent landowners. And that's also why we're not proposing to bring any money to this deal, because we're saying, you know what, we're going to restrict our house instead of letting it stay on the market. And even though we've got a small parcel and a 1935 miner's cabin, we all know what that would bring in the open market. We don't care. We'd rather do something better for the town if we can do it. So that is I'm trying to keep it short after a long evening, but that's a short introduction into what we're trying to do. And I'm happy I kind of left off some of the questions I think you might have for me out of my intro, anticipating that they'll come. So I'm happy to answer anything I can.
Okay. Healthy? Any questions?
I mean, I totally get the wealth to locals, but that's why you got to buy into the market. Have you considered AMI?
We have considered it. Like I said, I think I don't like the way that, and as a little bit of a background, I'm an attorney that works on quite a bit of land use, local deed restrictions throughout mountain towns. I find AMI cap deeds tend to exclude a certain level of person that we should still want in this community. So then my other feeling on it was, like I said, I do believe that between everything else that Frisco is trying to do, we have enough of that type of housing. I think 4 of something else could be a little better.
Well, you said 4. And my next question, have you thought about trying to do smaller houses and put like more than 4?
We actually did think about that, and this kind of touches on what the council's initial recommendation was. As I'm sure you all know the parcel quite well, 4 is gonna be dense. It's gonna be dense as it is. Any more, and I feel like we're gonna start trying to lose the character of the neighborhood.
No more questions. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Candace?
Do you plan to keep them
Or sell them.
So we're gonna keep the one on the middle part of the right of way for ourselves. Sell our current house, sell the house that will be built behind our current house, and then the other one is our neighbors, the Lindros, or our neighbor, the Lindros's decision.
And are they Lindros is here?
I believe I saw Marta on the screen.
I guess I'm curious what their perspective is on their timing.
I'll try not to speak too much for Marta, but Marta and her late husband Al, they have owned the place across the alleyway for us for I think 30 some years. Their first home is down in Boulder, Longmont, but they've been just really, really nice neighbors, and since they've been here so long, they felt like they wanted to do something to help a community that they've been a part of for so long. So that's why they were willing to get in on this. What we had talked about in our PUD is, this is a slight correction from what Emma said, is it's not just whenever either a new structure, a new garage, and the house is added onto, or whenever they decide to sell the property. At that point, the way the PUD reads, it would trigger a 3-year timeframe where either them or whoever the buyer is would have to put either a mother-in-law or a small home or anything like that that would be encumbered by the local's deed restriction.
From the time that they choose to sell.
From the or build or do whatever or add on whatever it is. Yes.
If they choose to leave as is, there's no commitment.
Yeah, well, the commitment is always as part of the development agreement that we've discussed, the commitment would always live on. So it is theoretically possible that they could hang on to it for another 30 years and do nothing with it. But if we all know that house, I think that's unlikely. And the reason to get into the reasoning we did this is, they've been in this house for 30 years. They're happy to help see something good happen to Frisco, but they're not necessarily in a position that they want to, at this stage in their life, they want to enter, become developers on their own. So I tried to craft the language in the PUD to respect that.
And then have you guys done development yourselves?
I've never been a developer, and I frankly don't plan to be. I will build my house, and then whoever ends up buying the backlot on us can build their house, and whoever buys our house can develop that 35 miners cabin as they see fit.
So you're saying you would sell the back lot as land?
Correct.
With this covenant?
Correct.
Okay, I think that's all my questions right now. But
Yeah, thanks. So there's the town standard covenant and you proposed your own covenant. What is your concerns with the standard covenant? Like, what was it that you're just like, we can't live with this?
Thank you. Well, so when I first started this, actually, as I said, I've been at it for 6 years. When I first started proposing some of this, there was no town standard covenant that didn't include an AMI cap. So I started coming up with my own. But the other reason is, as I mentioned, I'm an attorney who drafts deeds and covenants and whatnot. This, in my mind, is number one, overdrafted, and I hate to see that as an attorney. The second reason is, as you saw from that slide, I tried to be actually a little more restrictive in some areas because we all have stories about somebody getting into a local deed restriction who, has a trust fund or their parents give them the down payment or something like that. And that's how they got into it. I tried to avoid just kind of the loosey-goosey, well, they work here, their money comes from here. No, you got to work 30 hours here. We want you to be a part of this community. So I think it was 2 or 3 sections of what I had drafted ended up being a little bit more restrictive than the town's own covenant. The exception, of course, is the retirement provision, which I can speak on that too, if that's a concern.
Yeah, well, first tell me which parts of your covenant are more restrictive.
Yeah. It was the way that the live work works, and it actually determined, no, you actually have to work, I think I said at least 30 hours as opposed to just worked in the community.
At least 30 hours.
Yeah.
No, on the live work one, on the standard one.
I maybe I'm mistaken. Does it? Okay. The registered voter piece was something that was important to me because that made it easier to track if somebody is actually using, I didn't want somebody having 3 different homes. And I started thinking about how do you make sure somebody doesn't do that without making this too difficult? The best solution I could come up with was make sure not only do they live, work in Frisco, but they register to vote here. And that was I guess that's part of my overarching piece that was the making it the principal place of residence that isn't found in the other deed restriction.
Must be, well, I'm just looking at the other one, must be a principal place of residence for an owner or an authorized renter.
And I think principal place of residence and this is in my PUD guide, but gives a little more definition out of the PUD guide that I have, talking about what one's habitation actually is, what makes it a principal place of residence. Because if you go with just an IRS definition of principal place of residence, that can be, you can designate almost anything you want.
So registered voter and more restrictions on principal place of residence.
Yeah,
are your things.
Application fixed and present intention to live and return. I drew on all the legalese I could for that one.
And then, yeah, why don't you talk about the retirement? Because to me, those 2 things are like so like minute that just go with the town's deed restriction.
With the retirement piece, I came to because, and I understand why the town's has the way it is. It's, well, if a retired person's going to clear out from one or go to another deed restriction, they need to clear out a deed restriction that they're currently in. As I said, I'm looking at this as a little bit different of a model. So if a retired person has been part of our community for, the last 5 years they've been working here, but if they've been part of our community, I want them to be able to come live in a local house here. To me, opening up their other piece, I was trying not to restrict having some of the elderly locals amongst us live amongst us.
I hear what you're saying, and I just think the whole purpose of your proposal is workforce housing, and with that, it veers. And it's not workforce housing anymore. It's retiree housing could be a use.
Well, I'm going to disagree with you there again. I don't look at this as workforce housing. I look at this as locals housing. I look at this as people who have been in the community, stay in the community, want to stay part of the community.
Right.
And that is to maybe go a little bit back on one of the questions there. That's maybe one of my issues with the AMI kept housing is we're treating the people who come into that as, all right, come in here, work for us, and I don't care if you can stay. I'm trying to look at it a little bit differently.
But you're still proposing a work requirement.
Absolutely. Until the retirement piece.
Okay, and then you're saying, okay.
Okay. I don't think. Would you go with a lottery would you agree to a lottery for the sale of these units?
We would not.
Okay. And you wouldn't.
I'm happy to, can I talk about it? I mean, that's part of the south side of Frisco is one of the last places left where we're not suffering from a bunch of too many vacation rentals or anything like that. The goal of this whole thing is, yes, to put my money where my mouth is and make for local housing, but it's also to keep the character of the neighborhood. And if that means that it's somebody that, I grew up around here and went to high school with and wants that property, that is a benefit to the town because they are a local Frisco resident. The fact that they know me shouldn't hurt them. And the fact that I'm willing to do this, I do want to pick a neighbor if I can.
Without an AMI requirement, what are some other avenues you looked at to keep the price of these from, you talk about people getting out of deed restricted housing, being able to come in here, but if without an AMI requirement or any kind of cap, these are basically going to be market rate units. There are people in this community that can afford a market rate unit. Obviously, they do all the time. So how are you going to keep the price from just becoming a market rate unit? How do you keep it affordable for somebody who's actually coming out of deed restricted housing and not just sell to somebody at market rate?
And it's absolutely possible that we get a bidding war of somebody who is the surgeon over at the hospital who wants to buy into this. But But the way that I foresee this working is if you and that deed restriction is your person and your spouse or their dependents or however that's defined, everybody is getting their income from working here in Summit County. So this isn't somebody who is working at as a ski patrolman and whose wife is an executive for Google, and they get to come in and bid on this. So just the fact that you both or one of you has to be working here will necessarily depress the field of people that we can sell to. Because when you look at what's driving up prices, I agree. There's absolutely some locals that buy into the market. As we can see from the strategic plan, it's not half, it's not even close. The market's being driven much more by outside money.
Have you seen any other method in your work in this field that you would consider to help cap the cost of this, to keep it from becoming a market rate unit? Whether, if you don't like AMI, have you seen anything else? Did you consider anything else that would keep this from just becoming a market rate unit?
The other issue that I should mention here and that I've forgotten, thank you, is the size of the house will also restrict this. If you're coming in and looking for, I want to have my mountain chalet, that's not this property. That should also further narrow our prospective field of buyers. To your other question, no, I have not encountered another price depressing mechanism that I think is appropriate for what I'm trying to accomplish here. Because again, the goal is locals, but locals who get to participate in the market.
But you're not necessarily finding a local that couldn't participate without this product, because they would be able to buy another market rate house and they just happen to want to buy yours.
I'll give a little pushback and say, no, I disagree. I think that the size of the house, the fact that you have to have either just one spouse or both spouses or dependents working within Summit County. I mean, if you can find two people with a job in Summit County that can put down a $2 million house, I suppose they might exist, but I'm guessing that is a statistical anomaly.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up with one question for staff?
Sure.
Is the strategic plan for locals housing, or is the strategic plan related to workforce housing?
We just use the term workforce housing. We don't really use the term locals housing.
And it's intended to be though for somebody that works 30 hours a week, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So you're asking, I'm just gonna make sure I understand. You're asking for land from the town. Nobody approached you.
That's right.
You're asking for land for the town. You're asking to not pay for it, right?
Correct.
And you're not building anything.
Well, we're going to build one of the houses, yes.
One for you.
Yeah.
Okay. And okay. So this is more of a comment, and maybe we're done with questions, and I'll just.
Did we get Ira and April?
Did I get you guys Ira and April questions?
No,
Sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead,
I
April.
just had
April, you-
one. I just want to make sure I kind of understand it. So you're going to put your house into the locals housing bucket immediately. You're going to build your own house. You're going to sell a lot, and that person can build within code, whatever house size they want. And then maybe there's an ADU unit with the other lot at some point. I just want to make sure I understand the flow.
That is correct.
Okay.
And the other property owner would also, is a vacant, or there's a house that exists there?
There's a house.
There's a house.
There's a house.
That house
would not
would
get-
not become,
The main house.
Only if they did something.
Would
or
be
chose to do
encumbered,
something.
so that any remodel they do on that house, it triggers a requirement for them to build an ADU, essentially.
oh, okay.
Correct?
That's exactly
Yeah.
correct. Yeah.
Okay.
ADU, small house,
Yeah.
whatever, and that would
That
be
due diligence.
subject to the local.
And the trigger is when they do a remodel or addition to their house.
Okay.
That's it for me.
So April, you asked your question, or somebody,
Yeah.
Ira, did April ask her question?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. All right.
It's hard
We will
to
not-
see you.
I know, I forgot about him. Okay,
I think
we,
I had a question.
oh, I thought you said yes. Ira, do you have a question?
I guess the only question would be, if the land were not free, would we be having this meeting?
No, you would not be having this meeting, but,
Okay.
and this is what I keep trying to get back to is.
No, I heard what you said in the beginning, what the town's limitations are with the land. I just wanted to ask that one question. Thank you.
And the reason that we would not be here if this land were, if I had to pay for this land, I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is by restricting what we can possibly earn on our biggest investment throughout our life for this community. I'm not willing to go into the hole to prove my point.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
All right, we will now turn it over to public comment. So I think everybody was in the room when I read the rules for the previous application. If you want to come up to the podium, say your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, and we read all the written comments.
Okay.
I am on the list. My name is Shayna Solomon. My husband and I own a duplex at 604 Frisco Street. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. We oppose this application. Got a lot to say, but I just want to react to what I heard. As I understand it, the applicant is asking for free land from the town and then asking to be able to build on one parcel to sell his now much larger land where his current house is. And then there's going to be another lot that would be available to sell. I think that this is the type of solution that it's just not the right solution. I understand he wants to be creative, but this is just, it's not it. So if the application is allowed without requiring payment to the town of the actual fair market value for either the vacated property or the new lot that he will just be able to sell for who knows how much, that coupled with with a lack of an affordability requirement on that sale, I just think it sets a terrible precedent. So the commission asked about whether or not there's an overriding public interest as the code requires. I think that the application absolutely fails to serve an overriding public interest. There's actually minimal public benefit when you have a covenant that's not AMI capped, and that is also not the live work covenant that Frisco usually uses. It just doesn't advance the town's affordability or workforce housing objectives. I note that the town's strategic housing plan prioritizes ownership units at or below 150% AMI. So that brings me to this 2021 appraisal, which is strange to me, that a quarter acre could be valued at $158,000. I think there were improper methodologies used, and to simply say that, well, the state law requires that it be offered to adjacent homeowners, I would want to know what exactly does adjacent mean. I would hope that a requirement would be made on the applicant or to have another appraisal done of that property to determine if in fact that is the fair market value, because I find it very troubling that the applicant is not willing to pay for the fair market value, especially if it is as low as the valuation suggested. We believe it's far, far higher than that, and that the benefit to—
Oh, I'm sorry to cut you off, but we're at over 3 minutes.
Sorry, thank you. My comments are actually in my letter. They do a much better job than I could hear.
We do have, if you've, okay, come on up.
Hi, my name is Derek Packer. I'm a resident of Frisco. I live in the Pitkin Townhomes, and I have to respectfully disagree with my neighbors here, Andy and Lauren. I mean, this just looks on the outside to me, and my background is real estate development, is for-profit real estate development. You got to kind of call it what it is. I mean, I did a case study today. Admittedly, it was hurried, and I just kind of looked up some real estate. I do a lot of this through my interior design company. We do marketing and stuff, so I have a pretty good like pulse on the market, different towns and different places in Summit County. But the no AMI, no market rate houses, no market cap resale houses sell for near market rates. So basically this development is a market rate development. I mean, if that's what we want with one of our town parcels, I think we really have to consider what kind of precedent that sets and whether we want some other people earmarking land. As he said, you know, he looked into this 6 years ago, right after he bought his property. So are people going to be starting to look around and saying, listen, this has an adjoining town parcel attached to it, or at least there's this state law that says I get right of way, right? Do we really want people doing that? I mean, that's what's going to happen. So let's just call it what it is. It's a for-profit real estate development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric, did you sign in?
I did sign in.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Come on up, state, name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name's Cyanus Wires. I own the property at 517 Pitkin Street, which is right next to the property in question. There's a number of significant problems with their proposal, and it is not, in my opinion, and the rest of our neighbors that you will be hearing from, it is not in the best public interest of Frisco. First of all, giving that land away from free. Imagine what you could do if you sold that land for what it's worth. All of the projects that you could undertake in town that would help people. Giving it away for free is not the right answer. I'm also a realtor licensed in Summit County and also in Eagle County. And I've also worked as a real estate developer and real estate investor. There is nothing in here that is not going to significantly financially benefit the applicants. And the main priority for not just Frisco, but for all of the mountain towns is to provide affordable housing for locals that can stay and work and provide value in the community. They can turn around and sell their house right now for over $1 million. If you give them that land for free, he's already said that they're going to take the largest lot and build on it themselves. They can build, I think, a 1,500 square foot home according to his proposal. So they can take this free land and turn around and build a house that's going to be worth over $1.5 million. And they can also sell that land. As he said, they would love to sell it to their friends. How does that provide fair housing for locals? I have a couple other bullet points for the time that I have left. The application also includes many future promises that are not enforceable. If you read his letter, he said potential for a 4th unit. We don't want to work on promises that are not solid timelines that provide deliverable properties for locals. I also believe that the fair market value of that land is significantly below market value, and the town needs to investigate what that fair market value is. Things have appreciated significantly since COVID. You're doing yourselves a disservice, the town a disservice, and the taxpayers a disservice if you guys don't consider that and approve this as it stands today. There's too many loopholes in that application and in PUD, and you're going to run significant risk of real estate developers taking advantage of those. If you're not familiar, there's a lawsuit that the town of Vail had against the Altus for violations that happened that were supposed to provide affordable housing that was deed restricted for Vail locals, and it was not met. And now taxpayers are paying that expense to enforce those covenants that were not adhered to. The no resale caps. You're taking out affordable housing. Any person who can afford to pay fair market value for a property is not going to buy a deed restricted one. You know what the real estate values are around here. We need to provide affordable housing options, and that needs market caps. And if you want to buy a property that's below market value, there has to be restrictions in place. And that's what these deed restrictions are about. And if you have the money to go buy at fair market value, then you're going to do that. But
so sorry, we're at 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers?
Well, I didn't sign in, but I will in a moment. Mark Richmond, I'm Andy's father and live at 400 Pitkin. A couple of comments about, it seems the south side is being gentrified at a pace that is just astounding. And if we don't allow local housing in myriad other ways than the housing helps deed restriction, we're missing the boat. We're going to see further luxury townhomes and loss of locals. There's not other options about selling this property, despite what everyone wants to say, including the last commenter who asked a short-term rental. That's her home. She's not interested in local housing, but we are. Local housing means that you have a chance to actually build wealth. What's fair about just workforce housing? The only reason you can achieve that restriction is that you're a worker. You're not a community member. This gives a chance for people who are willing to live in a small home. 1,500 square feet is really a small home, and some of these will not be 1,500. They'll be smaller because there's not enough land there for the driveways, the utilities. The staff wants a pathway up there as well. Fine. These are small homes. It's going to be dense. And I mention a couple other comments about not only is this is designed to be like cabin zoning, which has not been a productive zone. I think there's only a few cabin housing projects that have succeeded. The reason this has got to be a PUD because cabin housing really doesn't work. And so I'd urge you in the long term to make cabin housing work. We need more small homes for locals. That's what this project is. Andy mentioned a concern about the steep slopes. A lot of the slope, the 30% slope, is actually debris from the alley when it was constructed to the north. And so, not that that's a reason to allow some intrusion maybe for one of the small homes up there, but it can be dealt with. It's really not part of the natural terrain that is so steep on that most northwesterly home.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
nice seeing you. And I'll sign you.
Come on up.
Hi, I'm Jill Windrum. I live at 600B Frisco Street, so I'm right behind the right-of-way. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today, and I hope you'll consider my comments. I did leave a written letter, and I hope you consider all of those written comments as well. I do want to highlight a few points that have been raised tonight. One is the small aspect of these quote-unquote cabins. However, if you look at the PUD, it specifically says that the below grade could be just as large as the ground. So the house that they would be building could potentially be 3,000 square feet, and the house that could be allowed to be built could be 2,500 square feet. So if you consider that in terms of market rates in Frisco today, that would be 2.5 million for 2,500 square feet. So in terms of, Andy had indicated the size of the house restricts the price. That's not really the case here when we're talking about a house that's potentially 2,500 square feet. When we're also talking about no AMI and no resale cap, there's effectively a private windfall here. We're giving land, free land, to the applicants to then profit over it. The staff made a comment, and there's one other comment about the size of the cabins that I wanted to make. Again, it was indicated small size cabins. However, if you look at the PUD, it specifically says the cabins could be 30 to 32 feet high, which indicates 3 stories. That's not small. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that the staff report had indicated that there was a prior precedent for vacating land, and there was consideration given in that case. I know in the meeting today you said that was not the case, but I do want to mention in the staff report it does say that there was consideration given. I do think that if there is no consideration given to the town for the land. We're setting an incredibly bad precedent where other developers or private landowners are going to come in and want to profit over the town without actually providing any benefit to the town. So, and then just one more point, and that's the land. I know we keep on hearing that the land is only valuable to the surrounding landowners. I don't think that's the case. I think any developer would consider that land highly valuable because it could be built upon. And if you look at 2 properties that were built on Frisco Street, those houses were scrapped and that land was sold for prices that would indicate that this land is valued at $1 to $1.5 million. Thank you.
You. Anybody else in the chambers? Come on up.
Hi, it's Diane Silva, 604A Frisco Street. Thank you for letting me speak. I just have to say that for units, single dwellings, crammed into that small lot is just, and I repeat, it's just not compatible with the neighborhood. It just wouldn't fit. It would look awkward and it's just the density of it. And I have a question about 30 hours per week. Okay, so if you live here for 1 month, you work 30 hours per week, and then you decide to leave, you can then sell that property for what value? Or so how many months prior, weeks prior, or how many weeks after you work 30 hours per week and you buy one of these units? I mean, they could just sell it right after. You know, I mean, how much time, how many years do they have to be here working 30 hours per week if we're talking about workforce housing? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Megan Mulqueen and I live at 306 South Fifth. And I have lived here since 1989 and I still can't believe it. And I appreciate you guys so much and what you're trying to do. And whether or not this goes through, I hope that the council and the people that support Frisco will take even just a few things that you guys have been putting out here into consideration and incorporating it. Because I have gone to meetings and I thought, where is everybody? Because I don't understand why we're doing things this way. So to think outside of the box.
At the Planning Commission, please.
Sorry about that. For them to think outside the box, I think is fantastic. I do feel that there are a lot of unknowns right now in their plan and it jeopardizes more the town and the citizens than them. And that is an issue, I think. When I had my house property valued last year, it happened last year. I don't know why we didn't use something more recent than what we're saying the value was from before COVID. I think it should be from the same time as my house was valued and go from there. And I think this could establish a precedence that is scary for those people who live here and who are paying taxes and have bought into a community that they appreciate and love for what it is. And if we start doing deals on vacant property that the town owns, that's property that I own and they own and you own. And do we want to be doing that? Personally, I think no, but we'll see, I suppose. Anyway, thank you very much and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Was there somebody else that wanted to come up?
My name is Janice Packer. I live at the Picken Townhomes across the street. I also want to just talk about the Housing Helps program and how I think that should be utilized more for this type of program, and also just keeping the Frisco town, keeping the alleyways in the town units. I also just want to talk about density. Personally, we live in the 18 units across the street. In the Picken Townhomes, there's also 24 cars. If you guys know the area, there is 24 parking street, cars there in the parking street across the streets from this unit. There's a huge density there. So adding another 4 units right across the street seems like a lot of people in one particular area. Picken Townhomes, I know, is just a really dense area on that street in particular. It's not a lot of single homes right in that area. So I think adding that kind of density is a lot in that particular area. If you guys want to go into their, you guys don't know that area very well. And I just want to say that, yeah, it's just seems like it wasn't maybe well thought out to add more into that area. So just take that into consideration. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, anybody else in the chambers? Doesn't look like it. Joe, I see your hand is raised. You can start speaking whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Joe McGlissick, 503A 6th Avenue. I guess I'd first like to start by saying we couldn't find better people to be in Frisco than Andy and Lauren and their son. They've just been great neighbors, great to have around and all that. So I just want to make sure everyone is clear on that. I have comments, not just some general comments. The lady before me brought up parking. Yes, our area around where we are at is probably the most abused parking and unenforced parking by the town and collectively in the entire town. And my comments on that really come down to the town has parking requirements. 1 space per unit has to be on their property, in the garage and that. And I just would like that whatever that happens up there, that the parking be handled on site to town codes. Some of you probably know this. I do an awful lot of affordable housing work. I'm well over 1,000 units that I've been involved in Summit and Grand County. The thought that parking is can be reduced to support affordable housing is ridiculous. The biggest problem on every single one, parking is a problem. So we can't reduce requirements for affordable housing. I'm just going to continue on that. The density, the 4 units of density on that, I agree, is probably too much by the time you play by all the town rules to get on there. 3 is much more, is going to feel, it's going to fit better, and it's also going to fit the neighborhood much better and be way more compatible. There is the ability to set a precedent here, and I think the town needs to think about that. I think there's a deal, quite honestly, to be made. I'm not sure we're right there yet, but I think there's a lot of stuff that could be done and worked with on the entire proposal to make this work. I don't believe it's 4 units though. People don't want to hear this, but I'll repeat just what Andy and Mark said, and this is not because I'm supporting them at all on this. I'm not opposed to it, but you can't. It's state law. You cannot sell that parcel to a developer. You have to sell it to Andy and Marta. Just like the right of way next to me that's vacant has to go to me and my neighbor Nate. That's just law. So that's a unfortunate thing. We have a lot of
Oh,
other
sorry,
issues
we're
here.
at 3 minutes.
No problem. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anybody else online that wants to speak? I can't see.
Let me check.
Yeah, I don't see anymore. Thank you. Great. Thank you, everybody that gave us your comments. I want to tell you that we are not the final decision makers on this application. So this will go to the town council, right? Yeah. So if you guys want the final decision makers to hear everything that you've told us today, you need to go to that meeting as well or submit comments for the record for their meeting.
Because all we're doing is making a recommendation on this. The final decision maker is the town council. Cool. All right. Otherwise, thank you for coming. And we will now. I know. What? I'll close the public comment. Yeah, okay. Close the public comment portion of the meeting, and we will now turn it to commissioner comments and a possible motion. Anybody want, we'll start with you, Andy.
I have a quick question. It seems like there's a little bit of misunderstanding on one side or the other about who could buy this lot. I keep hearing that it would have to be offered to the neighbors first. But then is there the option, if it were offered to the neighbors first, that it could then go on to other purchasers?
I honestly cannot answer that. I'd have to ask our attorney to give us more information on that. Sorry.
They said like you have to sell it. Like, can't you just be like, as a town, we want open spaces. It's not gonna be a road, but it's just town property. Like,
Right, you don't have
Well,
to sell it.
you
They're
don't-
saying-
oh, okay.
Some people are saying that it would have to be sold only to the neighbors, but
Yeah.
then I also heard that it would have to be offered to the neighbors first, which
Yeah.
is a very different arrangement because you could offer it to the neighbors and then if
And
the
then-
neighbors say no, then you could offer it to someone else. So that's what I'm unclear
Yeah.
on. And I was hoping for a little clarity on that.
Is that if you could do that, you wouldn't be able to just sell it with a non-conforming lot because we can't legally plat it. So if the town was to do that, we'd have to write a PUD and process a PUD and then create the subdivision plat in order to sell that portion
Okay.
of lot. So there'd be a lot to be done, but so if you can, then there's some prep work. Just keep that in mind too, but I don't know the answer, sorry.
We would first have to deem it that we don't need it as right away, which we haven't done.
Okay. Yeah, it's a lot to digest tonight. I do feel like, the applicants talked about not wanting to go in the hole to make this happen, but you automatically have a lot at the back of behind your house to sell. And that lot has value immediately without you putting any money into it. Right away, you've got a windfall the day this happens. And to me, that offsets what I think we would want to ask, what I would want to ask you to purchase the right of way for. I think that in my mind, there's a one-to-one swap there, really easy to offer. If you're going to sell that lot behind you, then why should you make money on that lot as well? And whatever that lot behind you is worth, to me, is immediate windfall and offsets whatever you would purchase this right of way for. So in my mind, whatever the value of the right of way, it's really that lot behind you that we're giving you. And there's immediate value in that lot. And so I don't necessarily agree with you that you would be going in the hole. I think you immediately have a saleable lot that could offset whatever, and it would probably be worth more because if as you say, and whatever the first right of refusal or only right of refusal, even if it's only worth 150 grand, I would think that you could immediately turn around and be reimbursed for that by selling that lot behind you. So I feel like it's disingenuous to say that you would be in the hole. You immediately have a valuable asset from day one. And so to not even entertain the idea of purchasing the right of way that's going to give you all of this value, I think is short-sighted. I think there's a deal to be made here, like Joe was saying. And if you could figure that out and figure out how to work that into your deal, I'd be more in support of it because you right away have value that you could recoup that money for. So I think that's one thing. The other, I do think, when we talk about overriding public interest, I'm not going to sit here and say there's no public interest in this. Obviously, the comp plan says there is. But when we talk about overriding public interest, I think getting a couple more, what I would consider market rate units, that's not really providing to me an overriding public interest. I would love to see you get creative. You're an expert in this field. Get creative. Figure out a way to show that there would be some way to limit the value of those homes to something under market rate. If you're close to AMI or maybe it's a 200% AMI that nobody's doing, or find an AMI number that works for you, or find another way to say these are not market rate units. I disagree that saying, well, we're limited to locals. Yes, you have fewer buyers, but they have money too. And so you're not really limiting the value of the homes or the price of the homes. If you could find a way to do that and offset the immediate value that you'd gain by that lot behind your house with a purchase price for the right of way, I think I'd be more in favor of this, of recommending approval.
Thanks. Yeah, I think, I'm guessing you kind of know where I'm gonna sit on this. I do have one question. Is there a deal to be made? Because at the last planning commission hearing, and then at this one, you seem pretty adamant on things you can or can't budge on. Is there a deal to be made? Yeah.
No.
Okay. That's helpful, because yeah.
I mean, can I respond first? Do I get to respond to Andy as well, or?
No, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then-
And it's more just so we know how to craft our recommendation, right? Like if we think there's a deal to be made, I'd be in favor of recommending approval with certain conditions. If there's no deal to be made, it's a harder way for us to craft our motion. So that's kind of why I was asking to provide that context for you. Yeah, I think there's a deal to be made, but it sounds like there's not. So to me, locals housing, if you can have retirees that have just lived in Frisco and worked in there, like it's one thing if you're getting somebody out of deed restricted housing and then putting them in here, that opens up a unit of deed restricted housing. So that component is so essential for me here on this one. And then for you to propose your own deed restriction when there's one that's like a pretty light deed restriction. That to me, if you wanted the way out, that's the way. But I can't give them retirees thing. Just doesn't make sense to me. I'll emphasize, I think we have a workforce housing strategic plan. We don't have a locals housing strategic plan. A local could just be somebody that lives here. We have a workforce issue. We don't have a problem with people that want to live here. So for me, that doesn't equal that overriding public interest. That's not requirement for the right of way vacation. I think that's, enough in a nutshell. That's kind of where I stand on this. So.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Candace?
I certainly appreciate the creativity and I think the underlying sentiment of having neighbors and having workforce housing. I think the creativity is absolutely there. I think the hard part I'm struggling with is public interest. Like I think somebody was saying, this is all of our land, right? But then it goes to you to build your house and then your friend's house or land you can sell. So I'm having a hard time saying that there is public interest, and I have a couple other comments. One, in the packet, you listed chapter 142, conditions on vacation. It does say reasonable conditions may include the payment of money to the town as consideration for a vacation when the vesting of title upon the vacation may confer a benefit upon the new owner of the vacated roadway or easement where the town has purchased or may purchase a roadway or easement to replace that being vacated, to avoid a windfall to the new owner or for any other reason deemed by the town council to be in public interest. That's this, in my opinion. So I think this plan still works, in my humble opinion, if you pay for that vacation. And a quick look at the assessor data, the two neighbors in the assessments, the land value is $400,000. So it's not necessarily an appraisal, but I think that's a data point for everyone to be aware of. That's my comments.
Thank you, Kelsey.
I appreciate, growing up here too, it's hard and it's, I like the creativity. I think that site could be used as a cool kind of cabin, kind of zoning. But I'm also struggling with the public interest. I live in a market rate house, but it's really tiny. We all know good single family homes in Paradise. And size is not tied to equity. We sell $1,200 square foot condos across the street right now that are small. So the reality is will get skirted. I don't see the benefit, and I don't see why the town sees a benefit other than we have no money and they can put a star on. I'm sorry, I'm very disappointed that this doesn't have an AMI cap. all we hear about is the housing needs, and this is a windfall for one owner. So, if we could get AMIs or appreciation caps or something that keeps this attainable, maybe not affordable, but attainable. I could get behind this. I don't want it to be a no if I don't get exactly what I want. I think planning in private kind of deals should be a back and forth of like, what can you get? What can we get? But right now I don't feel that it has the public benefit. Just more of a cool project that would be still cool and probably allowable with purchase.
Great. Ira, what are your comments?
My fellow commissioners have spoken very well. I really appreciate everything that's been said by the commissioners. And I believe that perception is very important. And if we go along with this proposal, I can see the headline that the Planning Commission gave away land for free. And I don't want to be in a position to have to defend that kind of an action that would be perceived by the general public. As it's been said by my other commissioners, there is a deal somewhere to be made on our side of the table, but I don't think the other side of the table is willing to come and negotiate any cost. And I think that this would be the beginning of a slippery slope for a lot of right-of-way lands that's sitting unused. And there are still too many questions as to if we can only sell it to the adjoining neighbor, or if there were questions that weren't answered on that. So let me just leave that. And too slippery a slope and the perception doesn't work for my arithmetic. Thank you.
Thank you. April?
I feel the same way as Ira. I think if we were able to kind of negotiate something that works for both parties, I think it could potentially be something that would work. But it just sounds like there's only one way to make this work, and unfortunately, I don't think it is a benefit to the greater public or the town in the way that it's structured right now.
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
it
I
for me.
don't have a ton to add, but I feel exactly the same way. That I don't think there's an overriding public interest here. I think it's a windfall for you. And it is our publicly owned land. I mean, if I don't like that you're coming up with your own covenant to begin with. I don't like the live work covenant either. When people are asking for extra density or extra whatevers, all the exceptions, it's always for the 2019 AMI restricted covenant, not the housing helps. The purpose of the housing helps live work covenant is to take a market rate unit and make it live work, not to just, sure, everybody wants to use that covenant, but that's not what it's intended for when you're asking for free land from the town or extra density or all the other things that people want to ask for. So I don't support this in its present state at all. Does anybody want to make a motion? Emma, do you mind?
Back pocket motion for denial.
Recommend you read the finding screen she's gonna put up also, just so that you show the finding for your recommendation and then the motion.
So would I start by saying I make a motion to deny, or would I read?
These are the findings, and then I can go to the motion.
Got it.
instead.
Okay, that there's not an overriding public interest. I see what you're doing.
We wanna make sure that.
Do you
because
agree
we-
with them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With respect to file number VAC 250001, I move the recommended findings set forth at the October 16th, 2025 Planning Commission meeting be made, and that the Planning Commission hereby forwards a recommendation of denial to Town Council for vacation of a 10,500 square foot lot, 0.24 acre tract of South 6th Avenue right-of-way between blocks 33 and 34, Frisco Town Site, generally located north of Pitkin Street, south of Pitkin Street Alley, adjacent to and east and west of 521 Pitkin Street, lots 23, 24, Block 34 Frisco Town Site and adjacent to and west of 601 Pitkin Street, lots 13 through 14, part of 15, Block 33 Frisco Town Site.
A second.
Great. Can I get a roll call?
Yes.
Yeah, well, a yes on that motion, right?
It's a yes on a denial, so it's a motion to deny, so you vote yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Correct. Withrow? Yes. Westmus?
Yes.
Day? Yes. Stabile?
Yes.
Conley?
Yes.
Kane?
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you. All right, where's my agenda?
And we're just a recommending body.
Again, we're just a recommending body, so if you guys want the council to hear your comments, please attend their meetings.
Posted about 2 weeks before the meeting. So we're not sure